Um, then if we go down to sources, I should have a paint source. Yes, I do. Of course I do. Uh, so, of course. Okay, install now. Fuck it. Man, I am kind of frustrated with these programs that both the dev end and the both dev ends, I guess is the best way to put it. Where it's like my paint.net program didn't get detected because paint.net is not called paint.net. It's called paint.net and then the version number.
I see.
So if the version number ever changes, then the whole program changes in OBS, which means I have to go into OBS, go to my sources, and then manually change the source to the new paint version.
Least
That's
scuffed.
fucking dumb.
Least
It is
scuffed
very fucking dumb.
OBS bullshit.
No, dude, this same shit happens with borderless Windows. It's a program that was used back in the day to add borderless windows to all these fucking games.
Yeah, I know what it is.
Had devs who didn't believe in having borderless windows.
Yeah.
These devs are what is known as wrong.
Yeah, of course.
True.
There we go. And so it's just like, it's very frustrating because, like, Terraria, for example, streaming Terraria must be agony because Terraria likes to be cheeky with its fucking names. Like, it'll be Terraria, the not Minecraft, Terraria,
Yeah.
Minecraft but in 2D. And it's like, okay, that's funny and all, but they actually changed the name of the program in the process window.
Yeah.
With that, which means that I need to have a separate source for every one of Terraria's name permutations.
Yes.
It is so fucking stupid. I get it. I
detect from what's already there.
No, you can't because it goes by the process name. And they changed the process name to be cheeky. Every time you boot the fucking game.
Oh,
because,
Lord.
you know, fuck you.
Yeah, it's just, it's like, look, being cheeky is funny, I get it, great. But there's a bunch, it's not like hook-in programs are unique, you know? And it's not like changing the process name is all that, you know, effective at preventing hook-ins, because now I just have to make a source for every hook-in. So if I'm trying to make some sort of cheat system, well, that's really not going to stop me unless you constantly have updates changing the hook-in, you know? So
Yeah.
it's not like what you're doing is actually going to prevent anything nefarious. It's just going to make people doing completely legitimate things more frustrating.
Well, I mean, given that it's Terraria, I don't think they did it as anti-cheat. They probably really did just do it to be cheeky because they knew that nerds looking at their task manager would look at this and go, hey, wait, did that process change names?
Yes, I'm aware. But that's my fucking problem. It's just like, guys, come on! But,
Tone it down a little?
yeah, still, yeah.
They will not.
But, man, you know, I had spent all day racking up this mental list of things that I could talk about when this stream opened up. I can't fucking remember a single goddamn one of them.
Brain no work good.
Yeah,
Many
brain
such
was
cases.
like, "Oh, you're approaching 7 o'clock. Best forget everything you've been thinking about for 7 o'clock."
Makes sense.
New background time. Yes, you're correct, sir. It is new background time. So we are going to start by opening the OBS stuff. Let's see here. This is the end card and title card.
Let the suffering begin, child.
The PDN. Here we go.
How eye-searing is it gonna be?
Yes.
Yes.
He's gonna make it as eye-searing as he can make it. So
Really, it doesn't display my fucking. It doesn't just. Why are you like this?
Get fucked. That's why.
I mean, you know why?
My family to me be like,
It's written
man.
by furries, isn't it? Just like Discord.
Okay, there we go. Okay, so everyone should hear nose grunting and should be able to see this.
I haven't even grunted at all. Fuck you.
Bro, you've been grunting for the past
He
5
grunted
minutes.
gruntily.
Nose, I
fuck?
got really bad news for you. You
Why the fuck is it so loud?
we'd love to know, secret orc.
Fucking Jesus Christ. Is that better? Put my
We won't
fucking
know.
Yeah, we won't know until we like stop hearing you grunt, brother.
Okay, so
Kind of a zero-sum game.
Kill me.
What are these? What are these? Those are all the light. Oh, right, that's what that was. I remember the 6. Everyone remembers the 6, right? The the fucking 6.
Yes,
What?
I recall this.
Oh, that shit was good. The 6. That was. That's good. All right, so we'll collapse all these layers down.
Ah, yes, that's 6.
The 6.
The inevitable 6.
Indeed. So then we will slap into existence a nice old paint here. We'll give it like a 40% hardness. Make the brush size a little bit bigger. No, a little bit smaller. There. Alright, and now how do we add a swirl to this? Can we swirl this somehow? That'd be really cool if we could swirl this. Splatter, oil painting, broken fragmentation, surface zoom, radial blur, no. Distort. Twist, excellent. Oh my.
Oh, Lord.
A little bit too bold.
the abyss is consuming it.
The what? It sounded like you said the abyss is consuming
is.
it.
That's what it
The
sounded like.
abyss.
I
did.
know he meant abyss.
He said abyss, though.
Abyss.
Yes.
I was also almost tripped over my brother's fucking beagle when I said it. That's why. It's underfoot.
Leave that bagel alone.
No, they're fuzzy idiots.
whoa.
Listen.
Whoa, hey,
and start
okay,
away.
here we go.
Oh no!
Hey. We go on the Uzumaki
What
style.
did you do?
Junji Ito at the
Sneaky
house.
found the
Uzumaki.
Rinnegan tool.
The Junji Ito style.
That's freaky.
Oh Lord.
That is. Well, it continues to get worse every year.
Sneaky is unleashing dark and forbidden powers.
I am.
I don't know if we need that.
I like where this is going, though.
No.
Okay.
That's too big. It takes out the 0 there.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of the point. Yeah, don't worry though. I can move this around once we're. Okay, let's try that.
Maybe drop it behind it so it looks like it's pulling it in. Like just send it to a background layer.
Yeah, that's the problem. So let me what we'll do here is we will cut it out, and then we will go back to up here. Well, merge these layers down. Merge these layers down. And then if we make a new layer here. And
we
then
really need like
paste
some
this.
cracked kind of concrete.
And then if we then take that and can we fade this out of existence? I think we can. Oh yeah, here we go. We'll also call this 7. And then we will
Maybe see if you can make the.
Oh
7
God!
and all that transparent.
Right. You
What?
found a new hell effect.
Can we get it
That's
doing
awesome.
RGB? Changing
What?
colors.
Did you do?
Oh.
What the hell?
I mean, it's impressive.
Completely by accident, of course.
Obviously, I
course.
mean
That
by
I mean,
accident.
listen, that sums up both Sneaky and this podcast.
No, refuck it.
Do I go with the faded and then I put the 8 over the faded bandage as if like the bandage is being consumed? Or do I reverse the color again?
Mm.
I'd say reverse it.
Reversing it is how you got the weird red, right?
Yeah.
I would say faded and then make the 8 reversed.
You know, I like your thought there. Okay, so we'll fade this a little
Might
bit
work.
more then. And then we'll hit OK. We'll make another layer. We'll call this black hole. Merge this layer down. And then on layer 5, which we'll call 8, we will take the text from I don't know what's the 8 look like for this. Let's make this bigger.
Suffering?
and
Probably
we'll make it
awful, whatever it is.
orange. 8. Oh, that's fucking perfect. Okay. So then we take this and
Oh.
we turn it sideways.
Oh God.
It looks so bad.
How scuffed is this? I'm not even. taking
It's
a look
so
at it. How is
good.
it
It's
scuffed?
the fade was the correct option.
Oh,
Needs
Jesus
to be a
Christ.
little bit bigger.
He's now made
It
an
does need to be
infinity.
bigger. I didn't know we
Like
were.
50% bigger.
Yeah, I'm trying. Also, that's what she said.
It's so funny.
And then if we go into the options here and we do color dodge. Oh!
There we
Why
go.
are you
Interesting.
making an infinity? I know it's an 8, but why are you making it look like an infinity?
Because he's never going to change the logo again after this.
Yeah, because we're never changing the logo again after this.
Obviously.
That's what he said
stands
on the
for in-
last stream.
'cause
Bold
it's,
words.
It stands for infinite suffering.
Yeah, I'm just gonna make the black hole bigger every single year.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Why are you like this?
Because people gave me the power to do so. Oh, interesting.
That was
Hey,
a
does anyone
mistake.
remember when for a single day QQ changed its default reading thing to weird dumpster fire background? Anyone got that on
Yeah,
hand?
that was hilarious. Too bad we don't have that. Yeah, we could use it.
Wait,
A layer with just the entire thing catching on fire.
I have an idea. Oh, don't
Why
worry.
have you
Oh,
done
no.
this?
Don't worry. The year we decide to end it, the final year we run this podcast, I'm going to set the fire.
Whoa.
That's a fucking
And then
incredible.
off screen throughout the months, I'm going to make the fire larger and larger until when we're in December, the fire has just consumed the opening card.
That's
And
terrifying.
then it'll be really awkward when we decide to make a comeback.
Now we'll just rebrand.
Nah, show the whole thing just black background.
Max will have
Gray
at this point
text, it's
decided to be done
Ash.
with us.
All right, so here's my clever idea here. So if we copy this, and then we make a new layer, and then we duplicate the layer again, and then edit this 8, be a color dodge, shift that.
Oh no.
That's not a good laugh.
That hurts the ass.
That is in fact his
Nice.
intention.
It
Nice.
looks like that fucking like somebody trying to make something 3D.
That is the intention.
Just blurry, out of focus. Ugh.
Sneaky's regular vision.
It looks like a halfway attempt at graffiti, to be honest.
A little
Also
bit
the
of that,
intention.
too.
No, not a little bit. Mostly graffiti sign. It's not a little bit of graffiti. It's mostly graffiti.
Bad graffiti.
Alright. That actually looks pretty good. Maybe I'll fade the 8 out a bit so we can get some of the other color in. Actually, yeah, there you go. How do you guys think about that?
It's painful.
Alright, so
I mean,
far I'm only hearing positive.
It's really not. This is the kindest this tile screen has been to my eyes in 4 years.
You're right, we
Yeah.
should add more
That
layers.
says something.
Please no.
Oof.
Yeah, we'll maximum burn that. like what additive does. Ah, God. Fuck.
At last, he has flown too close to the sun.
Okay, is that actually starting to hurt for anyone else?
No. Although I used to look at it.
I have to take another look at what you fucking did.
Ah.
What in the fuck did
not-
you do?
No, it's not. It's for the first time in 3 or 4 years, I'm not getting a searing headache staring at the title card.
Oh, we have to fix that.
You're losing your
You
touch.
shouldn't have
Sneaky.
challenged him.
I'm not challenging him. I'm just stating fact.
He'll take it. He'll take it as a challenge, though.
And
Sneaky would take the sky is blue as a challenge.
Ooh.
Obviously.
That is not a fucking no. Do not take that as a challenge, Sneaky.
Too late.
Then
The neon just looks kind of shitty. Ugh.
That just looks disgusting.
yes.
Oh,
Yes.
it doesn't hurt my eyes. It just looks ill.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
know.
It looks kind of orange, you know?
Yeah, it looks great. Excellent. This is what it'll be.
it looks like Nurgle.
Like, the green doesn't actually help it.
What the fuck?
Oh, you're making it brighter, huh?
That's fair. I can change the green to something else. Let's see here. Yeah, let's use that. Alright, let's see how this comes out. Okay, and then save it as a PNG. Sure, let's work with that. Good enough. So then we'll
Should have saved it as a JPEG for the artifacting.
yeah,
Just for that
maybe.
extra bit of cursed.
Yeah, maybe. And then we change the title card to there we go. Now we gotta change the top bar.
Oh god.
Means I'm not sure how I'm gonna fit that one in there. Gonna be real with you. So we're not gonna do that. Because that sounds like effort. And everyone knows I don't do that here.
Oh, thank God.
Unless it's to spite someone.
Oh, obviously.
Many such cases.
So we will use a web ding. Really, there's no numbers in Slatanic. That's interesting. How about the price is right?
I was sure there was an infinite symbol somewhere.
Yeah. Apparently there's not.
Can we use like a fucked up 8? Like what kind of weird wingding ass fonts we got?
That looks kind of fucked up.
I mean, I don't have too many fucked up fonts. That just looks like an exclamation point.
I can't even really make it out. The red on the gray just doesn't work
Really?
for
All right.
readability.
Actually, you know what? We can probably even turn it. Alright, let's,
Or rotate feature?
rotated. Get rotated, idiot. Alright, we'll use that. Save as a PNG. Replaced. Awesome. And that's that. Alright, so then if we swap back over to here. Okay. That's that. You know, what was I trying to do today? What was I
Burn out
what was I
eyes.
doing today? I did something today that I said, man, this will make a great fucking story. Oh, that's what it is, right. So our client recently had a project done by us. And knows we can hear you grunting again.
Are you fucking with me or something? Genuinely.
No, we're not.
So we had a customer today. They had a project done by us a while back, and it's been an ongoing issue, but like today kind of really just pissed me off really massively. So they moved to an Azure environment, right? And for some fucking reason, the projects team decided to increase the security of the client. I'm saying this in heavy air quotes here. By nuking our local admin
I
deployment.
see.
No.
Yeah. So the local admin account we normally use for administrative assistance on computers. We have a domain-wide one and local admins for every computer just in case, you know, like the domain admin isn't working for whatever reason. And both of them have been fucked by the Azure deployment. Neither of them work. And if we try changing the passwords on them, doesn't work because it's secured by a security policy and we can't find the security policy doing it. Because projects, of course, doesn't write down notation of anything they fucking do. And so I'm sitting there trying to install Teams for Outlook. It's a small, tiny little add-on that's supposed to install with Teams when you install Teams on a computer that already has Outlook installed. And so I'm running through the whole gauntlet, you know? I'm reinstalling Teams. I'm reinstalling Outlook. I'm reinstalling, fucking everything. I'm trying to run the Teams the PowerShell script that will fix the Teams deployment. A whole bunch of shit, right? None of it's fucking working. Finally, I write a script to tell me why it's not fucking working, because I have to write a script to do this, apparently. Can't do this normally. No. Can't get a fucking error message telling me what this is. No. I had to write a script to tell me why we were not able to do it. And I'm looking at the output log of this script. And it says Windows installer function restricted. Installation failed due to security policy.
Oh.
And I'm sitting there like, what the fuck do you mean? Because we've been using the admin account this entire time. Well, we've been authorizing it with the admin account this entire time. So that's the other thing I had to do. I had to go in, bypass the company's security policy by creating a new local admin account that wasn't controlled by the security policy. So I could actually fucking authorize anything to be done on this computer. So that's great already. And then I find out that the Windows installer has been not running correctly this entire time because of this security policy. And then I'm looking around on the computer for the GP edit, I'm looking around the group policies, and I can't fucking find any group policy that's preventing the Windows installer from running. So it's gotta be some fucking bullshit going on in the Azure deployment, which means I'm never gonna find that shit anywhere. So, ultimately, what I had to do was I had to log in completely as the admin I created to bypass all of the security policies.
Hello?
Did Sneaky's
He
headset
died.
just unplug again
He
and die?
died.
Yep.
I think the headset died again.
Yep.
No, hold on a second. There's no way my fucking headset died.
Oh, we can hear you now.
We can hear you. What the
No, I know. My headset died, but there's no fucking way my headset died. Yeah, I got 50% battery left. It just turned off for some fucking reason.
Of course you did.
They got tired of you bitching.
It's sneaky. Didn't you know it comes with a secret heart pressure reader?
Yeah, of course. Yeah,
It realized you're getting too worked up.
yeah, obviously. So I
So
had
its
to
solution
bypass
was
all the
not
security.
to prevent him from talking, but to prevent anyone else from hearing him.
Indeed.
Yeah, so
So-
it'd be very disturbing for us to hear that.
I had to bypass all of the security so I could get the Windows installer to run. So the Windows installer finally started running. It fixed a whole bunch of issues that were ongoing problems that we couldn't figure out for the user. And I'm just like, are you fucking kidding me? Also, it fixed the problem with the add-in not installing. And I'm just like, are you absolutely shitting me right now with this? And so yeah, of course, I fucking posted in the group chat. I was like, can we declare war on projects?
What was the response to that?
My manager didn't respond.
That's enough.
Yeah.
That's
As a
confirmation.
manager, not responding to something like that is, in fact, tantamount to approval.
That's an implicit yes.
That's just a yeah.
Yeah, no, basically, like, so my manager, as much problems as we have with each other, he doesn't like projects either, because projects constantly tries to foist their problems off on us, where they'll just, like, get into a situation where their deployment or whatever's not working, and then they'll just hand it to us, like 80% done, and say, you guys have to fix it.
No.
Is
And
broken,
yeah.
please fix.
Yeah, my manager's like, no, my support team is for break-fix tasks, not projects isn't able to complete their job tasks.
But it's broken. We need you to fix it.
Fix our problem. We can't fix it ourselves. Please fix.
But
Please.
why is Nose shitting on the toilet?
He's not.
Mile away from
He
his
lowered
mic.
his volume in an attempt to prevent us from hearing him grunt.
Apparently.
Maybe he should just turn on push to talk.
It sounds like
Maybe
he's
he
at a
should
distance
stop
now.
grunting.
Are you?
Now it just
fucking
sounds like he's at a
with me? Genuinely,
distance.
Are you fucking with me? I want you.
No,
to
now it
break
sounds like you're at a
now.
distance.
Is he saying
No, bro,
something? I
it
can't really
sounds
hear
like
him.
you set the mic down and now you're trying to talk into it from across the room.
Hello.
Yes.
Yeah. That's
Better?
better.
It's pretty bad.
I'm genuinely tweaking the fuck
No,
out.
that
Y'all are
okay.
fucking
That's
with
much
me.
better. Whatever you did
That's
there,
much
much better.
better.
Y'all are fucking with me. Genuinely.
No, we're
No,
not.
I mean,
right.
I am
Turn on
fucking
the
with
stream.
you, but
I'm
we're
gonna
also
fucking
being
kill you,
genuine.
Cheeky. I'm going to
I'm
fucking kill
being
you.
genuine. I am fucking with you, but I'm also being genuine.
Oh my god.
No, really, no. Turn on the stream audio. Like,
Like every
fuck?
like 30 or so seconds, we'll just hear.
Just turn on push to talk, dude.
I'm not
sounds
fucking
like-
doing. I'm not fucking.
Sounds like the old man. Billionaire.
Well, that's one way to.
Also, it's also fucking hard to just like hear that shit because it's like repeating 2 times over.
Sneaky, why can you never have normal problems? You sound like an old man from the Muppets. True. But honestly, I think
Okay,
a
so I know
rebrand.
you're fucking with me, by the way, because I did just grunt and it's not on this fucking stream.
now that you're
Yeah, now that
going,
you
bro.
fucked with the mic a bunch, we can't hear your grunts anymore.
I fucking hate you.
knows, I am sincerely telling you,
I
as
know,
your
knows this.
friend, he was not fucking with you initially.
Yeah, no, I'm just thinking. But yeah, anyway, so yeah, that was the thing I had to deal with today, and then I had to I did pretty much nothing else the rest of the day. Pretty much that was pretty much the only task I had to handle that was frustrating today, or at all really. No one really called in today. Not really
Good for you.
surprised. I know, it was good
Did
for
you
me.
fucking change my name to Secret Ganon?
I did not.
I was waiting to see when you noticed someone did that.
You son of a bitch.
I didn't do it, but I noticed it.
I mean, there's only one person who has the power to change names here. That isn't me. Anyway, so here's Ruby.
Do that.
Oh shit! Fucking hell! Sign did something. Sign did something today, and
Updated essentially Konosuba or something.
no, I'm trying to remember what it was. Sign did something today.
Get you on any server.
Sign. What did Sign do today? Sign did something today.
It wasn't that bad.
That tells me it was even worse. We need to know.
The people must
That
know.
means it was that bad.
Why is there so much being spoken to in story crafting? What?
Yeah, don't worry about it. I don't know what Sign did, but I will inflict this upon you, because he shared this on his server. He now, just to be clear, he did not write it.
I shared it in shitwrecks. To be
Yes.
clear,
That just raises further questions.
Not surprised because it's L4 of the West who literally does the worst Tanya crossovers ever.
Oh, I know.
Yeah,
He is
apparently.
literally the worst fucking Tanya
That-
crossovers in existence. This dude,
That is a string of words.
it's
What the
wild.
fuck?
L4 of the West consistently does actually decent crossover subjects, usually, and then completely fucks the actual implementation.
And then there's this.
Was it Science saying he would not watch 100 hours of BA lore to write it?
True. That I do not blame anyone for that because BA lore is completely ludicrous. And then oh yeah, I posted this story. So this is a story I saw last night, and there's just so much going on here that I honestly was kind of just really thrown off by it. 90% chance reason why he wouldn't do it is because he would get lambasted by the stream.
I mean, to be fair, we already make fun of him about Predatory. If he jumps into Blue Archive, we're gonna just make fun of him even more.
It's just more of the same.
Yeah, it's like I don't know. I mean, maybe it would be a little bit of a detraction from his motivation to write it, but I don't think it would really be that much if he was that determined to write a Blue Archive story. I mean, we all know how Sign gets when he's wrong, so...
It's Blue Archive. You're coming to read Blue Archive because it's an whoa story. Everyone fucking knows it.
Well, no, that's not true. In fact, Atin actually, this might be the only Blue Archive story he'll ever read.
Why am I getting dragged into Blue Archive?
Because Caiaphas Cain shows up in Blue Archive.
No, that will not summon me.
That poor man is gonna get fucking so many headaches just from dealing with those.
It's actually pretty funny.
Most things that have Caiaphas Cain
I'm pretty
are
sure
funny.
It is funny, but like Blue Archive.
Bro, I have no fucking idea. Okay, as a guy who only knows about 40K and Caiaphas Cain via osmosis, and have the most bare bone, I saw a couple memes on YouTube knowledge of Blue Archive, the story for me was not only funny, but readable. It does not have any Cain times children relationships going on in it.
I wouldn't call some of them girls children.
Doesn't matter what you would call them.
Regardless of what
Sign
their physical appearance is.
The best part is it's
sturdy.
The best part is it's post death Cain ends up in Blue Archive.
Oh, good.
Why would you ruin that man's afterlife? What the fuck is wrong with you?
See, that's what Caiaphas Cain is wondering.
It's a fair question.
That is, it's like, I gave my life for the Imperium, and this is how the Emperor rewards me?
Quite literally, that's a line.
Babysitting small children?
Oh, fucking, he also has some great commentary of sees some of the girls. This is a Slaneshi trick, isn't it?
This is some Slanesh bullshit.
This is some Slanesh bullshit, isn't it? You know, at first I thought it was Zinch, but no, this is definitely Slanesh.
These children. That's a child.
But yeah, no, you don't need to have any knowledge of Blue Archive to read it. It's just funny. There's a lot of Caiaphas Cain being Caiaphas Cain and being like, well, shit. They think I'm a hero. Fuck.
They think that I am heroic.
The poor fools.
Clearly, I am a coward, he says. charging at the girl as durable as a space marine.
Just for people who have not read the Caiaphas Cain books, this is a normal man. Nothing particularly amazing about him, except for some fairly good plot armor. He was good enough to, for about 5 seconds, stall a world eater in melee combat.
Now, I mean, to be fair, even the plot armor's not that thick for him.
It varies from book to book, but yes, right. But like mild levels of plot armor, and they're still like, yeah, we'll let him stall a space marine for about 5 seconds.
Which, I mean, you know, pretty good.
It is
Pretty good,
very good, especially because it's a world eater. AKA the berserkers who love melee combat.
And he would just like, nah, bet, I got this.
No. He frantically and panically stalled it until someone could hit it
Well,
with a chimera.
I know. I was gonna see if anyone else had.
There was also a moment that is gotten to that I did enjoy where one of the girls has a psyker power that imbues her bullets with a fear aura.
Ah, good.
And they were not of a high enough caliber to puncture carapace armor. So, in a fit of totally not heroism, well, carapace armor's like pretty high quality armor, dude. Like 5.56.
Yeah, it's carapace.
Yeah, but it's not like she's taking sniper rounds. She's taking 5.56. Like, oh, sorry, no, it wasn't even 5.56. It was fucking Parabellum. It was a 9mm.
Okay, 9mm. Okay, yeah, no, that makes sense.
Is a lot bigger than what it would be getting hit with in Blue Archive, short of like 50 cal or some kind of specialized anti-tank round.
No, carapace armor can fail
is...
against an autogun.
Yeah.
And what caliber is an autogun?
Autogun
everything
is
from
basically an
7.62 and up. Yeah.
Yeah, I would say autoguns are anything from 5.56 to like 7.62 to the really crazy
20,
like
12.
A autogun is just a catch-all because there's multiple different patterns, just like there's different pattern las guns.
Yeah. Anyway, point being is that yeah, she was shooting 9mm bullets infused with fear aura, and so he charges at her in a definitely not fit of heroism. He was only trying to save his students, obviously.
Yes.
And everyone kind of shit a brick at him just being shot and not feeling fear. Meanwhile, it then pans to his perspective, and he's like, wow, this is some mind-numbing terror. Good thing I've fought demons before.
Oh, Senpai is so strong, and his internal screaming.
It was literally just a moment of internally screaming, oh god, he's unstoppable!
Oh man, I just realized the poor bastard doesn't have Jurgen.
Yeah, that is also covered. That's a big character moment as well that comes up. I did try and take Sudafed before this podcast. But,
I'll just leave this here.
Accurate.
What the fuck is
I
this?
wish these guys still posted.
Oh, yes, this.
We all wish that the Games Workshop wasn't a piece of shit.
Yeah, no, it's actually very interesting because the author is quite, knowledgeable of Blue Archive and 40K, and he is taking great effort to try and extrapolate Blue Archive abilities into a air quotes realistic application in the narrative.
Interesting.
it's perfectly viable. Like I know Kyoko's gimmick is just usually just she shoots her gun and creates a fear field, driving everyone either into running away or paralysis. That's
Yeah.
one I've seen. That's
Um,
like I just kind of hear that. It's like, okay, you know what? I can't even get mad. That's actually creative.
but yeah, no. Then they have yeah, like he does clever shit. Like I thought, was it Haruka, the one that's basically as tough as a tank?
Yes, she's just durable. That's kind of her gimmick.
Yeah, he basically tricks Kayaka into shooting Haruka with a fear bullet to take her down.
I can't kill
that would
you,
work.
but I can make you run away.
Yeah, because Haruka has issues, and in exchange for her immense durability, she's very weak mentally.
She's neurotic. Like
And
you insult Aru, she's gonna rig your place to blow up in retaliation.
But yeah, no, honestly, it was a really good overall execution so far. I'm really enjoying it. There's a little bit of railroading in terms of certain plot events happening no matter what. But also at the same time, it's like the author even admits it in the author's notes of like, due to the fact that a lot of the events that occur in Blue Archive are events that were set up, years in advance by organizations and not like single people. There's not much Caiaphas Cain, no matter what he really does, he can do to stop some form of that event from occurring.
Yeah, every event in Blue Archive has shit occurring beforehand or working behind the scenes that no matter how you try to replace the sensei, whether it's Caiaphas Cain or as in one fic I'm following, the Courier, canon will effectively play out mostly the same. It's actually been pretty entertaining.
The Courier enters Blue Archive, gives child a gun, go commit crimes.
I've enjoyed it. It's not degenerate. It's played pretty straight. It's just kind of like Courier, kind of like, what the fuck is wrong with this place? Because like, there's some of
would the Courier even be phased?
No. Here's the thing. I feel like the Courier would go. Fuck! I want to go back to Big Empty.
Effectively.
Why? That's how bad it is. You want to go back to Big Empty?
There's some scenes where like one of the characters has like a gimmick where in the game she can just summon a pot of food. Everyone just stops what they're doing, eats and heals. That happens a bit. Courier just kind of stares at like what the actual fuck. And then when he actually asks someone like Hina, who's there shooting shit with him, she asks him, "Do you want to go to lunch?" He's like, "God damn it, she's not blinking at this shit either." Like,
do me a favor. You know what? Go ahead and link that because
I did.
that. No, the
the Courier one. Right.
Yeah.
Pretty straightforward, pretty serious, no glug.
Here's the thing.
Shit.
I don't care about Blue Archive, so like a reasonably entertaining crossover is as close as I'm going to get.
Yeah.
To ever interacting with it, so.
Yeah, I'm probably honestly, I don't really give a shit about any of the characters in the story, and from what I've heard, there's no real reason to, because all the writers left.
A good hunk of them did, yeah. I've heard things on what caused it, but yeah. So the story is kind of up in the air at the moment of how they're going to go forward.
Yeah, so there's not much reason to be invested, but I will absolutely get invested in a crossover that's kind of just taking the piss out of everything.
Yeah, this fic, at least the one I'm reading, is kind of takes it kind of seriously. Not so much, but just kind of like it plays with like Courier being like a sciencey man going into Blue Archive and dealing with its bullshit. Like he shoots one of the kids because they're shooting at him, and he's like, "These kids are oddly durable. What the fuck?"
I'm sorry. I just like the idea. Courier shoots child. I should have killed them. Implying the Courier has experience with child murdering.
Well, it's also more implying of just the courier shot them, assuming it would kill them.
It did not, in fact, kill them.
And you know, I will say that is a decent running meme, I guess, in the crossover section for Blue Archive, where, Sensei of X crossover is, running with the girls and fighting with them, and then eventually, finally, either the Sensei gets shot at some point, or someone brings it up of just like, oh, where's your Halo, where's your mystic power, and they're just like, what the fuck you talking about? And then all the girls are like, oh, he
should not be here.
He just ran into the line of fire and fought with us on the front lines with absolutely no energy shield at all, and basically could get one-tapped.
And he's just sitting there.
Oh.
What do you mean, energy shield?
Oh, yeah, that was something for Caiaphas Kane so far, is that no one but like 3 people know that he doesn't have an energy shield. So everyone is shooting at him like he can just eat a minigun of bullets.
Oh no. Okay, my boy.
Yeah, the courier fic kind of has that there's like people know that anyone without a halo is not as durable, so they kind of actively avoid shooting him too much. But when there's an item in New Vegas that gives that he has the fake halo.
Oh yeah, the
The
Valiant
moment he put that
radii.
on, they started shooting at him like legitimately because they thought he had the barrier.
That's fucking hilarious.
Yeah.
Valiant's radii accelerator. You betray me once again, you fucking useless. Oh,
most
wait,
useless headwear.
He deliberately put it on to pretend like he was like some angel student because he was effectively helping them commit a pretty big crime. So he was disguising himself because everyone knew
Wait a
the
minute,
courier
please.
had no halo.
Please
Doing
tell me
terrorism.
Please tell me they gave this man the stealth suit. Stealth suit, best companion in New Vegas.
I don't remember. I know he has a stealth poise on him, but I don't know if he has the stealth suit. If he has,
are they going with unmodded Vegas, or are they going with Project Nevada Vegas?
I believe it's unmodded because it seems effectively a normal playthrough.
Because I do know some people like to write about Project Nevada instead, because A, it's a really well-known one, and B, it does expand some of the systems that definitely needed expansion, like the cybernetics.
I would say,
yeah.
Unfortunately, I haven't cracked Project Nevada.
Really?
I just haven't cracked it yet. I'm like, all right, I'm gonna finish Tale of Two Wastelands, and then maybe I'll hop around to Project Nevada.
I'm pretty sure Project Nevada is compatible with Tale of Two Wastelands.
Oh. You know what? Maybe if it's on the if it was on the the suggested list, I might be playing it and not know.
Do you have a sprint bar?
No.
Then no, you don't. Like, that was a major thing in fucking Project Nevada, as they added sprinting.
That was nice.
I see.
Like, in exchange for action points, you can sprint.
Oh, I thought you meant like a dedicated sprint bar. I think I might have it in then, yeah. I think I might.
Well, yeah, the reason why I say it is because Project Nevada is both the community patch and also a vanilla plus gameplay overhaul. Like, it didn't change everything, and there was plenty of gameplay overhauls out there, but it changed how cybernetics worked, it changed how some of the action point system worked, it changed how VATS worked a little bit, it changed AP regen, customized levels, lets you pick how many perks you gain per level, how many points you gain per level, how how often it pops, how much XP it takes. It's a major community bug patch as well, so it fixes invisible walls where they shouldn't be, and all of the quests and everything. So it became a fairly staple mod that just generally everyone kind of used on the PC.
I see.
But yeah. So That's why I had to ask, because I like I said, I do know
Perfectly
some
fair.
people like use
And yeah, I've
this
seen a
stuff.
few fics that I've seen a few fics that did mention Project Nevada once or twice. So yeah, I don't blame you. But yeah, as far as I
Fuck
know,
it,
it's just
we
the
ball. Is it wrong to actually get to the bottom of this dungeon? Fuck it. Skip the Falna, skip the gods and the drama and advisors asking me to stay to one floor at a time. The adventurers that want to stab me for a single copper coin. I am getting to the bottom of this dungeon. No one's going to stop me but death, and even then I might have a perk for that. Celestial Grimoire Danmachi.
Oh, yeah, I don't care about that anymore.
that's cringe.
No.
Garbage.
As soon as you listen, as soon as you give me Celestial Grimoire, I'm out. Nothing good comes of that idiocy.
What the fuck is Celestial Grimoire?
So Celestial Grimoire is part of a 4-part writing prompt series that specifically
A
focuses
really bad
on
one.
yeah, more or less. That specifically focuses on the idea of sort of a terminal in which to encourage the writer to write their story, in that every 1,000 words you'll reward the character in the story 1,000 points, and then every single power that can be considered magical across, was it something like 900 different anime? The list is fucking
lot.
ridiculous now.
Holy cow.
Basically get categorized into point costs of between 100, 200, 300, 400, 500, 600, 700, and I believe 800 is the highest now. And then basically what you're supposed to do is you're supposed to roll for the power they get whenever you want to trigger it. For example, Infanticus, the toaster fucker we had on a while back, he did Celestial Forge, but he modified it so it was only in theme of only being Warhammer 40k stuff, and basically got rid of the point numbers, and he basically fucking threw out the whole system. And
he had to
basically,
rework a lot of stuff.
yeah, he basically just used it as bait to get people to read the story. And as
Which
the
he did a
reasons
great
why.
job. It was good.
Oh no, he did a 100% great job. Fucking Magos is a great character. 10 out of 10.
Oh yeah,
Would read
hilarious.
again. But yeah, he basically threw everything out. But effectively, the idea is that your character is supposed to do stuff that is story worthy, and in exchange, they get small bits of power over time that slowly build up into making the character OP in a more natural progression than what a lot of authors end up doing. And unfortunately, a lot of magic powers, much like the Celestial Forge, stack. And they're not really appropriately organized. Like, from JJK, the Six Eyes Blessing, is considered, as it was at 600 points or 500 points? But that's ludicrous, because effectively on paper it's a 100% increase in efficiency.
Yeah.
Or more.
Oh.
Yeah.
And so effectively you go from being a level 10 sorcerer. So let's say you're a level 10 sorcerer in D&D and you get the Six Eyes Blessing. You effectively become a level 20 sorcerer without access to level 20 sorcerer powers. You just have the level 20 sorcerer spell list of spells per day.
However,
Yeah, it's a bit
still
fucky.
means you're going to go clown on every other spellcaster out there, because I can dedicate half my spells to counterspelling every single one of your slots.
No, not only that, the Six Eyes Blessing also says that you become far more efficient, basically have no wasted energy, and a whole bunch of other things. Like you can see invisible people, you can see supernatural stuff. Illusions don't work on you anymore. It's ludicrous.
Of course.
It's
Of
broken.
course.
It's
You
like the
don't go
Sharingan,
insane from
basically.
viewing you don't go insane from viewing Eldritch shit. It's insane. But then you like stack on something like Starlight Breaker from Maho Shoujo, right?
Nanoha, yes.
Yeah, Nanoha, and now you can cast Starlight Breaker like 9 times.
Oh yeah, that's
What is
fair
essentially the magical
bounds.
girl version of a nuke.
Yeah.
Or Dragon Slave, if you
Yeah, or
recognize that
Dragon
one.
Slave, or
Yeah.
like doesn't like I'm just trying to use the big obvious. Everyone knows these spells. But yeah. So it just becomes very ludicrous very quickly, or becomes very boring for a very long time. Because you have authors who obviously lie about what roles the character gets. You have authors that pick thematically what the next role is going to be for their character to get. And then you have authors who do genuinely roll for what their character is going to get, but they roll like shit for months.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then they get something that ties it all together, and suddenly it's busted as fuck.
Yeah, and so it's like a really, really, really mixed bag that honestly, again, it's another situation of a good author could take advantage of this and write a really good story. But a good author doesn't need it, and if a good author was actually going to take it and write an actually good story out of it, they would ignore most of the mechanics anyway.
Which is what Infant did.
Which is what Infant did. Now, Shiro does do a genuine run through with these mechanics because he has a bunch of short chapter stories that he does, and a number of them are quests, and the people that pay him can vote on what the characters do next. And the important part is that the readers actually are the ones who roll for the powers and not Shiro, so everyone can publicly see the roll and know what the rolls correlate to, because they also have access to the same file he is picking the powers from. So he's kept honest by that, which I totally like. And because it's also Dark Wolf Shiro, and at this point he has written a ludicrous amount of words, he's actually quite competent at writing stories out of the actual ludicrous powers that the characters get, because again, this is Dark Wolf Shiro, so he's very familiar with writing completely overpowered characters, and unlike a majority of the authors that go into writing the Celestial series stories, he knows the character is going to become bugfuck powerful very quickly, and writes the story in preparation for that. Unlike a lot of the authors who, again, very quickly get derailed from their story because the character becomes too powerful, and they were expecting a very Aragon-like arc of power increase, when instead they got, Dragon Ball Z.
Yeah.
They got Dragon Ball Z, but they jumped straight from Dragon Ball into the Cell Saga, with nothing in between.
But anyway, that brings me up to what I just posted, the Celestial Fairy. Also, another classic of a lot of these stories is that the authors can't stop themselves from trying to fit the word celestial into it.
It's thematic.
Maybe
it's
thematic, but it's stupid.
Isn't it also separated, the celestial shit, by what you can roll? So like the Forge does all the actual forging, crafting, and all that, and creating, while Grimoire does a lot of magic shit? Or is that just something that authors started up that it used to be just everything?
Sneaky,
like
you're aware of
there
what
are
you have
different
on screen?
modes.
Yeah, I know what I.
To my knowledge,
Mm.
to my knowledge, there are different modes where it's like, okay, you can pick within this range what you want to roll, so you're not rolling useless bullshit, or you could just roll everything and risk getting useless bullshit that you don't know how to write.
Mm.
Skill
Now,
issue.
what I'll see a lot of authors do is that they claim to genuinely roll, and they're like, I've seen some authors in author notes be like, yeah, so I got this power from this story, but I've never read that story before, so I re-rolled. I'm like, alright, that's fair.
Yeah, that's fair.
Listen, if they're honest about it, I'm fine with it. But like,
Or you could just put in a fucking mechanic in the actual story, like, well, you don't like this power, so you could trade it in on something else.
Well,
Of
no,
equal
see,
tier
that's
or
what a
lesser.
lot of authors. I don't know if this is official rules or not because I've never actually checked out the challenge post. But what a lot of authors I've seen do is that they're like, all right, well, the character's allowed to skip, the character's allowed to refuse, and they either make it a narrative thing, like where the character finally gets a feeling after getting a couple of injections from from like the celestial whatever. They get a feel for it and are now able to be like, oh, I don't want that power, and they're now able to reject it, or they just start off with it being like, the celestial grimoire is like, oh, do you wish to purchase this power, and they're like, no. So I've seen it done both ways. I've seen it done well both ways, honestly. Um, Giving your character the ability to reject purchases is smart. It lets you narratively define the themes of your story instead of like you just like writing a worm story where your character gets magic from the celestial grimoire and then the celestial grimoire is like 200 points, you're a vampire now.
Okay. Wait, what kind of vampire?
Dracula kind, the one that can't go out in sunlight. And like,
well, this sucks.
yeah, like,
Mm,
so like there was one story where they had this is by the way a power part of the grimoire. For 100 points, you just become a zombie, a fully thinking zombie, but a zombie.
yuck.
Yeah, and if you don't add in the ability to reject that shit,
You get
your
fucked.
character just is a zombie now.
Yeah, that just sounds like a fucking malice, not actually giving somebody a power.
Shield hero, but each of them get a different celestial part.
No.
Ooh.
Trash.
Yeah, I would say the problem with that is that Shield Hero fucking sucks.
Well,
No,
yes,
Shield Hero's not actually all that bad.
Yes,
it's
it is.
pretty bad.
No, it's not.
It is.
Yeah, it's pretty
I've
bad.
seen worse.
Oh
Just
wow,
because
okay.
you've seen worse does not mean that it isn't
Look,
bad.
just because one person's rolling in shit and another person starts rolling in shit, it doesn't make the first person suddenly no longer rolling in shit.
It's not shit.
Yes, it is. Okay, look, I read all the way into book 12.
I got to the turtle.
Mm.
I'm sorry. It wasn't good.
I got everything from Fanfiction and it still wasn't good. Even though they followed canon.
Yeah, right. It's just like, okay. Giving a celestial part to each of them, it's another one of those ideas that sounds really cool. Like, oh, this guy will get all of the like the technology, and this guy will get all the magic, and this guy will get all the beast summons, and this guy
That's
will
a fucking mess.
wait, so what was it? It was grimoire magic, celestial forge tech, celestial menagerie for the beasts, and what was the fourth one? Um, Even if you have 3 people, right? They'll be fighting the goddess behind the waves by wave 3. Yeah, it's just too much. Yeah. No, also, it's like Shiro. I've talked about this before, but Shiro tried to do a one called Celestial Roulette, where it randomized from all 3 a power he gets.
Ugh.
But then he ended up dropping anything from the. No, it wasn't Celestial Roulette. It was Celestial. It was some worm crossover. But he ended up like basically dropping not Grimoire, Menagerie, because it was like, oh, for 600 points you get a Tyranid Hive Tyrant.
You fucking what?
Also, for 600
No.
points from like the Grimoire, you would get like I said, the Blessing of 6 Eyes, or you know, like some of the strongest fucking spells in existence from anime and shit. And then for 600 points from Celestial Forge, you would get like your own Death Star. And it's like, okay,
The fuck did I just come back to?
this is a very unbalanced system when paired together, because 600 points for one gives a completely non-scaled power from each of them.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's just really not great to try and write all 3 into the same story. Trying to assign, like, if you had an AI somehow magically trained to accurately gauge every single fucking anime and video games power sets, items, people, monsters, and technologies, and then rate them by an equivalency scale of point values, I could see it working. But until you get to that point, the amount of fucking time and effort you would need to put in to creating anything with any remote sort of narrative balance to it is so ludicrous. You're better off just starting a Patreon, writing the program yourself, and selling that instead of selling chapters.
Jesus.
Oddly specific, I bring that up because a guy literally did that. A guy called a fat flying whale or fat flying beluga or some shit. He was writing a Ruby story in which John had a gamer system, and he tried to make the gamer system realistic. How did he do this? He wrote a video game.
He used his thunderbolts.
Bro just whole ass wrote a video game to generate monsters, generate their HP based off of attribute values, which were universally applied to everything in Ruby, that he used the program to also come up with the base values for everything. He used the program to generate the loot the monsters drop, the value of everything compared to everything else in the loot table, resource values, resource drop rates, resource drop zones, the monsters that spawn in those zones, the quests that spawn in those zones, radiant questing.
Who did he sell that to?
Oh, he sold it on the
Blizzard?
Patreon. No, you can buy it for $5 on his Patreon.
Somebody
Yeah.
from some JRPG studio is gonna buy that shit and slap it in their game. They're gonna use it to make their assets for their game.
Well, it didn't make any assets. It just came up with numbers. It was just like a command prompt window. But yeah, no. So he ended up doing that to try and make a story out of a gamer system that actually stayed true to the gamer system, because he was quickly realizing that he didn't want to come up with the HP values for all of the Grim, so he had to figure out a way of categorizing every Grim, statting them out, and then giving them the correct health values that made it into a balanced system. Because he was dead set on using numbers in a gamer system. So he tried really fucking hard to make that work. So hard he just ended up writing half of a game.
I see.
The
That's
story's
what he
dead
does.
now.
Of course.
Hey, I mean, it continued for like 3 years, so there's that, and it's like 250k words long of what it does exist. But it was not tenable to keep going. It was for a while because, like I said, he kept it on track due to this program. But like it was really getting to the point where he had to start just creating wholesale lore for Ruby, and then wholesale lore for the gamer system interacting with Ruby. And honestly, I wouldn't even be shocked at this point if it turns out that this guy said fuck it, turned around, started writing an original story using this program, and just never posted another chapter of the fan fiction. Because that's literally the effort he was putting in at that point. It was effectively its own original story that was just using the Ruby coloring theme. But that leads me to the fuck going on here, which is the Celestial Fairy, a fairy tale self-insert using the Celestial Grimoire. Which, honestly, kind of says everything it needs to by just the opening line. So the author didn't create a summary for it, so the website auto-generated a summary based off of his opening paragraph.
Oh.
But, I mean, you don't really even need to know anything about the story or what's going to happen in it, because here is the only line that displays. So I'm jumping on the Celestial Grimoire trend and see if I can write something decent.
Yeah.
That tells you all you need to know.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
What fresh
Unfortunate.
hell have I missed in the last 20 minutes?
A lot.
Dissertation
Ranting
on
about
Grimoire.
Celestial Forge.
A dissertation on why writing tools oftentimes fail the people that need them and overcomplicate it for the people that don't. But yeah,
Okay.
so this guy opens up with incorrect grammar and misspelling the word decent while trying to say that he's going to write something that's decent.
Many such cases.
Oh, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
Now, if that wasn't enough to convince you, one of his author-created tags for this story is incest.
Is Wincest, yes.
I just like this.
I think everyone does.
And now, I might be wrong, but I also believe it's a I'm the brother of a named character story.
Yes.
Of course. Why wouldn't it?
Yeah. And I think it's
Endless
Lucy.
suffering.
But speaking
Many
of
such characters,
absolute
unfortunately.
dog shit stories, Ruby, when
There is
you are
one, yes.
needed, the blacksmith, in all fairness,
Oh,
did
no.
tell them exactly what was about to happen. The problem, really, is that when 5 heretofore unknown figures suddenly blip into existence a good decade and a half into the past a lot of very powerful people notice, and many of them are less than pleased. Or the 5 heroes of Ever After end up scattered across Remnant 12 years in the past. I will give credit where it's due. That is the ending that Rooster Teeth should have used. Because they did have...
full of idiots.
Yes. They did have the blacksmith be an incredibly blunt and not philosophical. They were philosophical, but they weren't waffly philosophical. They were directly philosophical, as in, when I say you can become this person, I am literally telling you, you will become this person.
Yeah.
I am not philosophically telling you that you will take up their mantle in a, conceptual sense of the continuation of a narrative legacy. I am telling you, you will literally become that person.
Yes.
So, yes, then the blacksmith at the final episode, when the heroes were leaving, did literally tell them that they will go to when they are needed. Which definitely should have meant that all of them were going to be sent into the past to prevent Ruby from ever happening.
Yeah.
I mean, yes, that's what should have happened, but apparently we're not allowed that.
No. That would have been the great way to reboot the entire series.
It would have been an amazing way to reboot the whole fucking series.
Even just going back to day one, the very first episode, even just that far, would have fixed so much shit.
But, yeah.
But we are not allowed such things.
They didn't do that.
No.
So, like I said, I'll give the author credit where it's due. That's a decent idea. Now, what's their word count like? Their word count, they're at roughly 30 chapters with roughly 160k words. So that puts them at about 5k words a chapter. Pretty good. Their update rate is going from June 14th to December 20th, which, again, is a fairly good update rate for having 30 chapters, 150k words, and doing a sort of Peggy Sue scenario, especially when you have 5 fucking characters doing it. That definitely exponentially makes issues. So the fact that they are updating this frequently with this high of a word count will definitely significantly help people's ability to stay on target with it. And it does show. Favorites 700, follows 1,000. So that's pretty impressive for this day and age in the Ruby section. Especially for a story that was just posted this year. So let's read the first chapter of it.
Last year.
Yes, Gray. Thank you.
Yes.
Welcome to my newest story when you are needed. Okay, so you say newest story, so you have 11 stories before this. Updates weeklies on Fridays, updates weeklies on Saturdays, and Mirror Mirror updates weeklies on Wednesdays and Thursdays. That is significant. That's a pretty insane update schedule. That is 20k words a week.
Yeah, it's decent chapters for all of them. Fuck.
Yeah, it's 20k words a week. So that's pretty impressive, all things considered. Now let's see if they've actually been able to complete their stories that they aren't working on anymore. Trip Down a Hill, a Naruto story, 100 chapters, 700k words completed. All right, that took 2 years for them. That's pretty fucking good.
700k
What it means to live forever, 10 chapter, 80k, quickly completed. Alright, that's pretty good. This is a... Okay, so it tripped down a hill it was honestly kind of funny that all it took for the path of the ninja world to change was Uzumaki falling down a hill. The boy at the dock helped him up, and their destined friendship began a few years early. Naruto Sasuke friendship start. Okay, I mean that's fair enough.
It doesn't even look like there's any sort of like romance or pairing forced in. Like,
yeah,
the only
friendship
the only
adventure.
thing I've seen on this,
yeah,
the only thing I've seen on this author is when there's actual romance, he actually tags it as romance. Did we actually?
And I mean, honestly, that even is a very reasonable setup to everything. Of Naruto got into some hijinks and met Sasuke early.
Yeah.
All things considered, fairly reasonable.
And something that can happen, but would also massively change the world, or them at the start, which is why it's probably 100 chapters. So that also makes sense for it being so big.
What it means to live forever. Let's see here. When Minato gives up his chance at becoming Hokage to spend more time with his family, the title is instead given to Orochimaru. Now having earned the prestige he's long since sought after, Orochimaru finds himself more and more torn between searching for immortality and keeping up with being the Hokage as his past crimes began catching up to him.
All right, son. I know that sound. What's your opinion? That's wrong on a day ending in Y now.
Damn. Okay.
Am I wrong?
Wow.
Bro didn't even let him finish.
Just fucking opened up. Damn.
Listen, whenever he goes, woo, it's always
That was
wrong.
me.
No, that was Atin.
That was not
me. I thought that was Sign.
Yeah, no, that was Atin.
Then why the fuck did Sign slide up on my screen?
I
don't know. You're drunk, brother.
Push my button.
No, actually, I haven't even had any alcohol.
Paved with bad intentions, when Cinderfall decides to rescue Roman from his dust shop theft, she briefly duels with Glinda Goodwitch to escape. Something stirs within Cinder then. Yuri.
Oh no.
Oh god.
It's because of that feeling that she and her team travel to Beacon a year early, chasing that which Cinder can't help but try to understand, a friendship romance with Glinda Goodwitch.
Yeah.
I wasn't even kidding. Literally, the thing that yearned in her breast was Yuri.
Yeah.
I am somehow not surprised and also surprised.
Completed story, 384k words, 62 chapters over the course of 1 year. So again, pretty solid update rate and number. Cinderella and Prince Charming.
Yeah. Depending on how he writes, it also might have good character interactions and actually kind of weirdly, like, the premise is shit, but the interactions might make it start making sense.
Maybe. John can't quite understand the raw suffering that comes through his link to his soulmate. Of course. Except he wants to help them, regardless. To Cinder, the tiny light in her soul is the only thing that's really hers. Above all else, she hopes that one day she'll meet whoever they are. In Remnant, an AU of Remnant where soulmates share one another's pain and John is linked to Cinder. 68 chapters, 300k words, romance, hurt, comfort. Well, that's because it's a romance story. So, I mean, the author is quite open and clear when it comes to this, as he is writing the romance tropes when it's a romance story. It doesn't make any fucking sense for Cinder to drop her her ordained goal of destroying the world so she can get some poontang, but it's a romance story. Stupider things have been excused.
Like, yeah, that's the thing. Like, as long as they make it clear that it's just a shit post, yeah, go for it, right?
It's for the sake of romance. And also, he actually did have a shit post. He actually does have a shit post, I see there.
Yeah, I know, yeah, he does. Yeah.
Back out so hard, she decides not to destroy the world. Okay.
Hey, have you ever watched the Hallmark Channel?
Yeah, no.
Yeah, exactly.
The
exactly.
Hallmark Channel is interesting and educational in how to make a shitload of money off sticking to a formula.
Yeah,
I'm aware.
The Hallmark Channel literally is just a Mad Lib that they animated. Live action.
I happen to know someone who has a daughter that writes for them.
Yeah. Is it
And
just a
like,
Mad Lib?
no, really, like it is a Mad Lib. Sneaky is 100% correct. Like when you go to like interview for them, they're told you need to, okay, you're gonna write a plot. The plot needs to hit notes A, B, C, and D in that order. You
Okay.
need to have characters A. You need to have characters A, B, or Z in the starring role. The romantic lead must be C, D, or E. Like, you don't get to deviate.
Yeah, it's very much the Hallmark Channel is very much a either boy or girl goes to city or small town and they weren't there before, but they are taking a break from their job, or they got fired, or they're helping their parents, or their parents have just died and they need to settle affairs, and then they need to encounter the main love interest, and then they need to, like, say some sort of, I am normal human interaction with them that makes the other character think about them in the future and then go, hey, I remember you. You're the cookie girl, or you're the coffee guy.
You're the perfectly normal human being I interacted with.
And then they go, yep, that's
Isn't it such a
me.
crazy convenience that you are here in this town to sell your apple farm and I am a apple farm buyer? That's so crazy.
Oh, then of course don't forget there's big important executive.
Right, yes, the
Right?
big important executive who
Yes.
is either the catalyst that causes them to get together, or because you have to interview Coffee Guy now because he is important apple farm buyer. Stuff like that. Or alternatively, they're the bad guy in which they have to rebel against and show that their love and friendship will carry through the adversity.
Like there's someone trying to like.
No, Sneaky, they've discovered a new one this year. A big executive shows up to try and buy the property and destroy the town's history, but comes to love the town and falls in love with the
oh yes, that one.
the
Yep.
mayor's daughter
Of
or something.
course.
Yep.
They've discovered that one this year.
Yep. Yeah, I saw they made like 8 of those.
I saw a really weird one this year that was a Christmas movie.
Oh yeah.
It was Christmas at the Amish Bakery.
Oh yes, of course.
Excuse you?
Yep.
Yeah,
Yeah,
a girl
don't worry about
a
it.
girl that grew up in an Amish community in Kentucky. When she had her coming of age in Amish community, like, hey, you're 16 or 17, you get to go out to the outside world for a year, then you decide if you want to leave or come back. She decides to leave. She moves to Chicago, of all places, coming from an Amish community in the middle of nowhere, Kentucky.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
And the
Rumspringa.
main thing is that she works for a publishing company and she's told, hey, we need cookbook ideas that haven't been done. So she goes back home to the Amish community, where traditionally Amish communities shun people who chose to leave. And thus you are not really welcome there, because Amish folk are polite. They're not that kind in general, but they are polite. But they stick to their traditions.
Yeah.
Really hard.
Yeah.
And she goes back to ostensibly steal her family recipes to make a cookbook and such, like, hey, I want to come visit you guys,
For
and
clicks.
I'd like a look at the family recipes to sell them to the outside world. She doesn't tell them this. She just shows up because, like, oh, I just wanted to come back. It's just like, how did you think this was how did you think this was going to go well? writing-wise, because it's not how those communities tend to be unless they're Mennonites, which I think they're Mennonites because they were using an electric generator for their bakery.
They pretty much have to be Mennonites that like.
And
I know it can change based on which Amish it is, but.
And
I mean, the Amish people around us basically have a outpost that they sell their food at, and the cash they use cash registers and shit just fine. But like if they go back to their Amish location, they don't have electronics at all. They make an exception specifically for the ease of purchasement.
Well, and odds are the people that they have running the cash register may be outsiders. Because they will hire outsiders for stuff like that.
I mean, I guess,
that's
if the dress code is also Amish.
Yes, generally,
yes,
like when they
is.
hire, yeah.
Oh, okay.
They don't want people to know.
There's an Amish restaurant I took Atin to when he visited.
I thought they were Mennonites.
No, they were Amish. A couple of those girls were absolutely outsiders.
Max, they don't have to care about how accurate they are. The Amish will never find out.
You, sir, haven't heard about the Amish Mafia. That technically does exist in a couple communities. We don't talk about that much, though, because that show kind of ruined the Amish community's rep for a while, just in general.
Yeah.
To be clear, it wasn't that the Amish Mafia
they make good
was
fucking
fictitious.
pretzels.
It's that the Amish Mafia was not fictitious.
Everything every Amish food I've ever had, aside from I think it was a pound cake. Everything I've ever eaten from them has been really good. And I've gotten to eat the food of like 3 or 4 different communities.
Yeah.
Because you go up to Ohio, pick an hour in either direction from my grandparents' house, and you'll hit Amish communities. I've had Amish food in 2 different areas in Georgia. They all make good food because it's all their own ingredients. Everything they cooked, they probably grew.
Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, so anyway, yeah, Hallmark cookie cutter. Yeah, I did because he was fucking grunting again.
Okay then.
So anyway, let's see here. After Happily Ever After.
Oh, criminy.
After Salem's defeat, the 7 hunters who bested her settled down. Ren and Nora admit. Oh, by the way, fucking, I was reading this in a story and it made me drop it.
What's this?
So fucking, I was reading some story and they were like, "Oh, the assault rifle women ran forward," and I was like, "Oh my."
Why not just say soldiers?
Because they need it to not be gender neutral. They need it to be expressly gendered as female.
No, it's not even just that. Assault rifleman is also gender neutral.
Yeah.
Yes, so is man, but they need to expressly change it into gendered female.
You guys see that movie trailer for that entire mixed race army battalion or whatever, and then someone commented, yeah, they were male organizers.
Yeah.
The 6888 was just male organizers. They were just in the male room.
Yeah.
I actually watched part of that movie with my dad. It wasn't
How was it?
actually bad. Like, acting-wise, it was still solid.
Oh, yeah, no, I think the main complaint...
and writing skills are still fine. Like, they're still
I think the main complaint is that a lot of people have with the movie isn't the fact that it's real. Like, it's actually a thing that happened. It's real. But... And it's not that it's a bad movie, either. It was that they made up the racist white general. Like, he never existed. There is no historical equivalent to that guy. And then to make it worse, they appropriated some scenes from actual white generals that existed and interacted with the 688. And reimagined the scenes where that general interacted with them under the racist white general's new framework.
Of course they did.
So scenes where they weren't having racism happen to them, they invented racism to happen to them. By a person who didn't exist.
That's a pretty fair complaint. I would also make the argument that the marketing I saw for it was implying that this was a actual battle line deployed battalion. Like,
oh yes, yes, yeah. That's I was about to get to that. That's the other thing. Yeah.
The marketing was very deceptive, and it's like, I would not have rolled my eyes at this if you had been honest from the start, because learning about a male organization that the male organization actually on the battle lines, and they had to deal with air raids sometimes.
Yeah,
that's actually pretty interesting because we don't hear about that kind of shit. Because that's another type of like, yeah,
like don't get me wrong.
They're still risking
their
don't
get me wrong. What the 688 did is very impressive. They had to get mail, and like back in the day, mail sorting was obviously not super advanced, but also at the same time, they had 9 John Smiths assigned to the same battalion, and they had to figure out who this letter to John Smith of the 9th Battalion was for.
Yeah.
Also, don't read it.
Yeah, or there's the ones of, oh, well, no, they'd have to read them.
They had to read them.
That was touched upon.
Well, okay.
Well, keep in mind, though, it's the military.
Information security.
Yeah.
That doesn't matter in the military.
Like, they had to like go through a whole system of like identifying them by smell, identifying them by the writing style, identifying them by the topics they talked about. Like, don't get me wrong, it's a very impressive amount of work they had to do, because they also had to sort a lot of fucking mail. Now, did they personally deliver it? No, they didn't. They sat in an administrative office that was air-conditioned back in Britain.
Obviously.
Well, what my favorite part was, I got to the end of the movie with my dad, and the woman in charge of it all was laying into the general, and she mentioned these barracks have broken air conditioning, blah blah, and I'm just like, lady, you need to
be
shut
happy
your
you
mouth,
fucking have it.
Well, no, my problem was like, I had a moment like, I think I'd have punched this woman in the nose.
Yeah,
because
but see,
that's
gets
to sit in a building with an AC unit that even exists, as opposed to the boys that they're sorting the mail for, who are in trenches.
Well, that's what the really, the really distorted thing about it is that we have the war movies of what was happening everywhere else, like Saving Private Ryan, for example. While not entirely true, is based off of a thing that actually was going on during the war, in where the U.S. military was going through casualty reports and was going, oh shit, this guy is the last son of this family, we have to send him back. And that's what Saving Private... Huh?
I was going to say, and then you've got this bitch over here complaining about the air conditioning.
Right, that's what I'm saying. It's like, it puts a really, a juxtaposed dichotomy here of her biggest issue is that the air conditioning broke. His biggest issue is that he's the last of 5 brothers. All 4 of them died, and now he has to be pulled off the front lines to go home and help his family.
Yeah, I was actually enjoying the movie up until that scene. I was like, you know what?
And not only that, the main female character, the boss bitch that the early part of the movie at least focuses on, she doesn't exist either. She's not based off of a real person either.
No, that was the woman in charge. Something Adams.
No, the one used in the trailer. I don't know who's in charge, but the person, the younger girl they used in the trailer for the movie, she doesn't exist. She's not based off of a real person.
Oh,
They
I
just
don't
invented her.
know.
Specifically, I remember her because she was the one dating the white guy who went off to war and died. And then, like, the mother or the aunt was like, oh, it's a good thing the white guy died. Now you can get a real man like that cute black boy over there.
Lovely.
It's like, okay. All right. and you want to sit here and lecture me about the racism that you guys experienced? Like, are you really fucking kidding me?
I didn't see. I kind of threw that trailer out of my mind the first time I saw it. I know which character you're talking about. That character actually did have a really good scene getting the bloodstained letter. About her boyfriend having died in action.
Oh, there you go.
It actually was a well-acted scene with some good camera angles to it. But
then instantly undermined by the commentary.
I mean, that commentary didn't come through. I don't think it was in that scene. What was in the trailer is not what I saw transpire. So maybe there was another character that had that happen.
But no, yeah, it's just like, I'm sorry, it's just like, and then on top of all of that, you do it in a time where everyone is just getting tired of these race-swapped, race-forced stuff. And I saw a whole bunch of people online be like, oh great, more diversity movies. And it's like, well, no, actually, this one actually happened, guys.
Yeah.
But
95% of what's on this screen is free.
But now you have a whole bunch of people who are so tired and have been trained by Hollywood to just assume that everything that they make is not real, and that this battalion is actually probably all white women that got race swapped.
So it'd be like if they made the Tuskegee Airmen today.
Yeah.
You know what? It's actually a mixed bag on that, because quite a number of people on the internet, at least, know about the Tuskegee Airmen, because quite a number of popular YouTubers have made videos about them now. So I'm not sure.
The U.S. history should have covered that. That was a.
Yeah,
That's
no.
an assumption on your part.
Yeah,
sorry,
no, we did not learn about the
Matt?
Tuskegee Airmen in school.
Really?
No.
Well, I guess I shouldn't be surprised because I actually had like a cool U.S. history teacher who gave a shit. During the first week, it's like, yeah, so I'm going to be teaching you out of the book, but I'm also going to be teaching you shit that's not in the book because the book doesn't cover things it should, and the Tuskegee Airmen is one of the things that she covered.
Oh, we had it way back in the day. They don't have that shit anymore, to my knowledge, in like my nephew's classes or my niece's classes. They don't cover anything that's not in the book.
Which is a awful way to teach, and I'm actually super grateful for the high teachers I had who gave a shit. Like, I'll never forget, one of my math teachers was looking at a problem. She looked at the book, looked at the board, looked back at the book, screamed, and threw it on the ground. The next thing out of her mouth was, the book is lying to you, the answer's wrong, here's the right solution, here's how you get to it.
Wow.
Yeah.
What was it? This wasn't Common Core, was it?
No, dude, God, Common
Bro,
Core
we
came
went
in
to school
the
way
year
before
after
Common
I
Core.
graduated.
Oh,
I
okay,
missed it by
I thought
1
it might have
year.
been introductory to Common Core.
No, this was for AP Pre-Cal, I think, or AP Algebra, or like the Advanced Algebra. No, might have been Trig.
They fucked up PEMDAS, didn't they?
Apparently they did.
How do you?
Oh, I think I remember that.
I don't remember what it was they fucked up. That scene is just burned into my brain for the rest of my life because it's not every day you get to have a teacher who literally throws the textbook away because it's wrong. and tells you it's wrong and adjusts the test to make sure we picked up the right habits for that particular use of variables.
Interesting.
Did Sneaky died?
No, I'm just trying to prevent Alvor from blinding himself permanently, but we might be too late for
I'm
that.
like, please, go see a fucking doctor. Listen.
Well, no, see, that's the problem is that he thinks he can just go tomorrow, and like the issue is that
no, it's not something that can be put off.
Listen,
that's not something you just
sitting
go
here
like
in this chair as the guy. Look, take it from the two people who have brain damage and otherwise functioning eyes. Fucking go to the doctor.
Go to the goddamn doctor.
PSA right fucking now. Don't fuck with your eyes.
Yeah, if he has to get his mom to drive him, he has to get his mother to drive him. He definitely needs to get that checked.
Yeah,
Well,
don't
he's also
fucking
been
wait.
drinking.
Yeah.
That's part of the problem. He didn't think to go to the doctor once he got off work. In fact, I'd have gone to my supervisor.
I would have told my fucking boss to eat a fucking whole dick. I'm going to the hospital now, and he's paying for it.
Yeah, no, just like, hey, boss,
wash station?
Workers' comp is about to be filed. I'm going to the hospital now.
He didn't have an eye wash station there at work?
No, he apparently did wash his eyes out after getting bleach into them.
And then a full shower, but...
Yeah, and then he washed them 2 more times with a full shower. But like the thing is that a lot of eye damage can be reversed if they know the chemical compounds that got into your eyes within like the first couple of hours of it getting into your eyes. But obviously with massively diluted amounts here, like if someone just pours bleach directly into your eyes, I'm sorry, the concentration's too high.
Well, yeah, I mean, yes.
I would have gone straight to the doc.
Yeah, I would have said, fuck that shit, go. Like, oh, let me see if the eye drops work. And this is exactly what happened with the NFT rave.
He's full of shit. You don't have bleach-based soap as a hand sanitizer. That's
no.
That is not hand sanitizer type of. Hand sanitizer is either alcohol-based or non-alcohol-based. It is never bleach-based. You don't put that shit near your skin.
I have never heard of a bleach-based.
The box
bleach-based hand lotion.
Some bullshit.
How did we go from a bleach-based soap to hand lotion with a pink gel that smells? No one's putting hand lotion on there. No one's using hand lotion that smells like bleach.
Nope.
Grapefruit hand lotion.
Look, we've tried. If he chooses not to.
Oh no! Shit! Wait, no. I actually know that. That's industrial containers. No, that's rough grit hand soap.
Okay, does he?
Oh, you mean like Gojo? Like Gojo?
Rough
yeah.
grit hand soap shouldn't be bleach based though.
No,
again,
it should not.
You should not. Bleach is not something you put on your skin.
Yeah.
No.
No. It probably just smells like cleaning agent. But no, the cleaning agent in that fucking shit is intense. Like that's the shit that if you squirt on your hands and scrub, your hands are going to shrivel. Like that's the shit that you have to put hand lotion on after because you just used it once and now your hands are cracking from how dry they are.
Yeah.
It bleached his coat.
Yeah, no, yeah, he's using the industrial cleaner. No, I 100% know which one. We had to use that for when we counted bills at the bank.
Okay, yeah, if it bleached his coat, that's not rough grit hand soap. That's something else.
No, I don't think they use bleach in it, but they use some pretty fucking powerful chemicals in it.
Yeah, but
listen,
it's bleaching his
powerful
coat.
enough that he needs to go to the damn hospital.
Yeah, that is a chemical spill. Go to the hospital.
No, there are bleach equivalent chemicals out there that aren't bleach, Max.
He should still go to the fucking hospital.
Well, I'm not saying he shouldn't. I'm just saying it's very important to know what kind of chemical got in his eyes and I know,
Yes.
and I'm pretty sure I know the chemical that got in his eyes, and he 100% needs to go to the hospital because if his vision is getting progressively more blurry, that means some of the grit might actually be stuck in his fucking retina.
Yeah.
He also said, "I'll go." So
Yeah.
if you can stand it, maybe swing by the office and grab a sample or grab a box or something.
But no,
I mean,
just
yeah. And that's also the kind of thing where you need to call the boss. Hey, boss, got something in my eye. I'm going to the hospital because, right? Listen, if you don't, your boss is probably very rarely will your boss do the right thing unless you've got a good employer.
yeah,
But
true.
Did he go the fuck to bed without going to the hospital?
He was going
He
to.
said, "I'll go."
It's I'm sorry.
What the fuck?
If I had the option of paying $3,000 and then not going blind in the future, I would. Okay?
Yeah.
Well,
Most
that's-
people would.
Well, I mean, the best part is he's not going to be paying $3,000. It's his workplace that's going to be paying $3,000.
Right, yeah, sure, I know,
that's
but if the point is inconvenience for other people and possibly paying a hospital bill versus
Going
fucking
blind.
up your eyes
Because,
forever.
like, listen, I'm not gonna sit there and wait until my boss. Right, I'm not gonna sit there and go like, oh, but I have to go through workman's. It doesn't matter because this is the really nice thing about hospitals, at least in America and most of the civilized world. You go
Many
in,
such cases.
you tell them what the problem is,
They treat you, then ask
and
for a bill.
then things like insurance. Do you have insurance? I don't know, but I got some weird chemicals in my eyes and it really hurts. Well, let's go see the doctor.
Yeah. So yeah, it's just there's a lot of things that you can put off. Specifically open wounds on the outside of your body.
I was gonna say, hold on a minute. What are you talking about?
You can put off. If your leg is like cut and it's like, okay, well the bleeding has stopped now and we got a bandage over it and we cleaned out the wound.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, fine. Yeah, you don't need to go to the hospital. But if you had something fall on your chest and you got knocked to the ground, and then, a couple hours later your gut started really hurting, go to the fucking hospital. Like, I have literally watched someone... I literally watched someone have to get wheeled into an ambulance and taken to the hospital, and they nearly died because they didn't go to the hospital because it wasn't a big deal at the time. But then it turns out that the blow to their chest actually created a bubble, which caused their gallbladder to inflate and inflame, which then caused it to nearly fucking explode. How does that work? I don't know.
Isn't that how Houdini died?
Who?
No, Houdini.
He was.
well,
Oh wait, no, it was an appendix.
Yeah,
yeah.
Appendix burst.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
Houdini was always talking about how he could take like pretty much any punch because he had fucking sick abs, which he did. And he was willing to let like pretty much anybody punch him, right? Obviously, except he needed to, brace.
Prepare. Yeah.
And some dude just fucking sprinted up and went, "Hi!" Punched him in the gut, burst his appendix, and he died. And yeah, everybody sued him because you're like, "What the fuck?
What the fuck is wrong with you, you autistic chimpanzee?"
Yeah, no, it's just, yeah, no, 100%. Internal wounds, you do not fuck with that shit. You don't put it off to a day later. I knew of a story of someone who thought it was too much of a hassle to go to the hospital. They were feeling uncomfortable, and they tried going, but the line looked a little bit long, so they didn't want to go anymore. And then finally, I forget which reason they actually finally got in for.
Look,
and their appendix was quite literally about to burst. Like when they cut them open and they looked at it, they're like, "Holy shit! You got maybe like 30 minutes before this thing would have exploded."
I just, man, look, I hate going to the doctor for just about any reason. But when
Yep.
there's blood
True.
involved, when there's consistent internal pain, or if it's anywhere remotely near my eyes,
True.
hospital.
Yeah.
Big yes for the eyes.
Especially as you get older, it's like, I'm sorry, that chest
Oh,
pain isn't you being older. That chest pain is your heart.
And again, listen, like, I don't care how good a shape you're in.
Jesus Christ, dude.
Heart attacks can happen. Because listen, there was a gentleman at my workplace. Dude's like 45, works out 4 days a week, has like 0 body fat, in fantastic shape. And out of all the people at my workplace that got a heart attack, it was that guy. So, like, yeah, does staying in good shape help? Absolutely. But, like, if you think, oh, gee, my heart feels a little funny, go to the doctor. Jesus.
Sign. But anyway, but no, point being is, so I was trying to bring up with the eyes. So a lot of people had their eyes, obviously fried with UV rays, at the NFT rave. And a bunch of people went to the doctor. Yeah, a bunch of people went to the doctor immediately, and they were able to diagnose the issue and recover some of their vision. But a bunch of people were just like, my eyes hurt. I guess I'm just going to go to sleep. I'll go to the doctor tomorrow. And when they woke up, they were fucking permanently blind. And if they had gone to the doctor when their eyes started hurting, they would have been fine. Or mostly fine. But because they waited, the damage settled and was unrecoverable.
What happened to this rave to cause permanent eye damage?
They decided to use UV light lasers to add special effects to the rave.
They were idiots.
Oh no.
Yeah. And if you're not aware, UV stands for ultraviolet, which is radiation, which is not good for your eyes. And they had people looking at this light.
Don't do that.
For hours. There were very few indications of anything being wrong with my gallbladder until right before I got checked and it was removed for being rotten. Yeah. It's... Yeah. It's like, I'm sorry, it's people are too fucking reluctant to actually address problems when it comes to their health. I understand.
Cheap.
Look, I understand, but you know what's more expensive than a hospital visit? Your funeral.
No, actually, funeral's pretty cheap.
It depends.
Compared to that hospital visit, depends on what you're going for.
Not really. I mean, honestly, all things considered, if you walk into a hospital, tell them you don't have insurance and your name's John Smith, they will only charge you like a couple $100 at most for a lot of things. Because here's the thing, right? The hospital wants money from you. And if you don't have money to give them, they have to compromise at what money you can give them.
And I know you can do arranged payment plans with them.
Oh, sure, but never do those. Or if you do an arranged payment plan and you're poor enough, like under $35K, just don't pay it.
That's one way to do
it.
What are they going to do?
Wages. Wages.
Yeah, what wages?
My name's John Smith.
Asmongold said this multiple times, and as someone very familiar with the system, he's 100% right. The poor people don't get fucked by healthcare and health insurance. It's the people who are middle income that get fucked by healthcare and health insurance. Is because they actually have enough money to pay for everything, and everyone knows it.
but they don't have enough money to fight back legally. That way they can get screwed twice.
Yeah, pretty much. People don't realize that there's a broad band of UV light that isn't blocked by ozone and hurts your eyes directly. Yeah. Yeah. People are stupid.
Also, IR.
The only real symptom I had was identical to heartburn, and other was a semi-consistent back pain. Yeah, you also live in assisted suicide land. That's true. Yeah. Yeah, that's fucking ripped there, buddy. But I mean, that's why you don't put the government in charge of your healthcare, because then they can just be like, well, we feel it's better for you if you die. It's
also cheaper. Don't, allow assisted suicide in your medical field.
Yeah, but normally the same political movement that allows for government-regulated healthcare would also allow for assisted suicide, because the atomization of every single man is the end goal.
Yeah.
So. But yeah. So that's that stuff. So don't fuck around, especially when it comes to eyes. Like, that's the big issue, right? Like, if you fuck around when it comes to, oh, I feel heartburn occasionally, and I have a back pain, and then you die tomorrow with the gallbladder, exploding. Well, you're dead, so it's not really a problem anymore. Obviously, it's a problem if you had wanted to keep living, but it's not really a problem anymore, right? If you get stuff in Right. But if you get stuff in your eyes, that's not going to kill you, but it is going to blind you for the rest of your life. So now you get to keep living, but you don't get to see anymore, which is terrible. Massive quality of life decrease.
But I need to see to read.
Exactly. What the fuck are you posting at? What kind of heretical bullshit is this?
The fuck did you post?
I think the people that live life like a video might be onto something when it comes to hospital bills. The hospital charges you $1,000 for breathing. Don't pay it. Or you gonna sue me? Good luck in discovery. Yeah. No, see, that's the thing, right? When it comes to hospital bills, the hospital wants to charge outlandish amounts of money for everything, because they have to negotiate with the insurance company to a percentage of that. So say the actual hospital bill is $97,000. The insurance company tells them, we're going to pay you $15,000. Then they tell you, only pay them $800. You pay $800, they pay $15,000, and the hospital goes, well, shit, I guess we can just write $80,000 of that off as a tax loss.
Yeah.
Worked in a private eye clinic. Holy shit, did that change my perspective?
Was that a joke? Is that a joke?
I have a feeling that it's not.
But no. The hospital's not going to sue you. The hospital's just going to turn you over to collections, and collections will harass you.
Well, see, that's the thing, is collections, see, this is the thing, right? Here's a secret. Once these debt companies buy someone's debt, they lose like 70% of the methods of actually getting the money from you. They're able to lobby legally to garnish your wages, but if you make under a certain amount of money, they're not allowed to do that either. They're not allowed to repossess some of your stuff, depending on the state. And pretty much the only thing they can do is get you to agree to pay them.
If you own your stuff outright, like say you own your vehicle outright, they can't repo your vehicle because that's yours. They can't repossess it. That would be theft if they tried to take it. Always buy your vehicle used and in cash. Pro tip.
What the fuck is this? Anyway. Yeah, Imgur. I looked at the Imgur comments and of that post, and of course they completely miss everything that is going on in that fucking fan. That's just more Reddit for you. There's a new machine, eye doctors, that loves checks for symptoms of retinal damage, just symptoms, because retinal damage is like DEFCON 1 of serious. Yeah. Oh yeah. The fucking little eye blower. They blow air into your eye and it like checks the pressure of the eye in response to it or some shit.
Oh, I hate those fucking things.
Yeah, but they're really good at their purpose.
Yeah, sure, but
Yeah, retinal damage is like like so many people do not understand. They don't understand what it's like to lose sight or lose hearing. Like losing hearing is fairly serious, but not. It is life-changing serious, but it's not life-changing serious in the same way losing a leg is, or losing your eyes are.
Or going blind.
Well, I just said that. But it definitely makes life massively inconvenient. But it is not as life-changing as eyes. Eye loss, leg loss, arm loss. Like, you don't realize how much you use your arms for or legs for until you lose one or lose the ability to lose one, and then you go, oh shit. Fuck.
I mean, depending on the type of hearing loss you've got, you can get a cochlear and then suddenly you've got cybernetic super hearing, so trade off.
What about Dr. Bills, though, a third-party payment processor? I mean, it really depends. Again, like a lot of this stuff is very dependent. If you are getting insurance through a government plan, like Get Covered New Jersey, for example, you typically have to pay that shit on time, or they will come after you. Never fuck with government level stuff. They will come after you.
Government gonna get its money.
Yeah.
Uncle Sam wants your money, and he will take it.
They can basically retroactively make whatever they do to you legal. So.
It's not that he needs your money; it's that he wants you to not have it, because he can just print fucking money.
That one's just eye pressure. The air puffer isn't as accurate as other methods, especially if the patient tenses up anticipating the puff. Well, it's a good thing I have the reflexes of a drunk kung fu master, which is to say sometimes they are egg-catching precise, and other times I don't even know what hit me. Usually the wall. But yeah, no, it's a lot of there's a lot of factors that people don't know about a lot of stuff, especially when it comes to the healthcare industry. But we've gotten massively deviated, so let's get back on track here. The 7 hunters who bested Salem settled down. Ren and Nora went to Mistral. Yang and Blake went to Menagerie. Ruby went to Vale. Lois went to Atlas. John didn't settle. He wandered, in search of an answer to questions he carried. Though talking with his old friends, allies, and enemies, perhaps he'll find what he's looking for. John times Cinder.
Fucking excuse you?
I'm not sure how you make that one square away. Are you guys still gonna write Team Piss? We have been delayed. And by delayed, I mean all of us have jobs.
Right.
And
many such cases.
Backlogs.
Yeah. All of us have backlogs. Silent is experiencing writer's block right now. You know.
Well, he's experiencing writer's block for everything but the one story. Which
yeah, the BattleTech one. The blueprint to a better future.
Which, I mean, I don't blame him. Sometimes that happens. One thing keeps coming out, and you've got to get it out before you can get anything else done.
Yeah, it just, for me, it's been like, oh, I finally have the time, the motivation, and the ability to write.
Battle
you have to go do this thing now and visit these people. Well, there goes all of those things. Alright, I finally have the time, motivation, and ability to write again. Oh, new game just came out that I've been anticipating for a while, and now I'm going to be massively distracted for the next couple weeks. Okay, I'm back in the groove again. Let's write. Oh, here's the sick bat. You get a plague. You get a plague. You get a plague. Oh, great. Thank you.
It's time for a plague. I don't want to have a plague, Granddad. Well, that's too damn bad.
Everybody gets a plague.
Yeah, so, it's been a lot of...
very interesting month for Sneaky's writer's block.
Yeah. So it's one of those situations where if I'm not motivated and I don't have the time,
it don't get done.
It's just not happening. And unfortunately, those two moments rarely sync up. There's a lot of times where I'm absolutely motivated, but then I get hammered with the worst fucking day at work possible, and all I want to do is go to bed afterwards, and I do. There was like, was it November or something that I was just going to bed at like gray times? Like I was like in bed by like 6. Yeah, former great times. But I was like in bed by like 6 for like the entire month because I was just so fucking tired. But yeah, it's just, yeah, it's one of those things where it's just, unfortunately, I am not the sort of person that gets relaxed by writing, so, it's not something I can just turn to and be like, okay, let me just fire up the good old word processor and pump some lines out. Which is why I try to offset a lot of my writing through a lot of other people. But when I do have the opportunity, I'll pound a couple drinks down and I'll be able to manage an entire 15K chapter in 4 hours.
The spell correct has to be used, but yes.
Yeah, but the times I can do that is few and far.
Very rare.
Yeah. Especially during the winter. It's just brutal for me during the winter. And it's also brutal for me during the spring, and it's brutal for me during the summer.
You just have kind of a fucking... just shit time, huh?
Yeah. Yeah.
It happens.
Oh, this is the guy who wrote I wanted to call him Daddy, not Father.
Yeah.
This is the one where old man John decides he's feeling left out of his friends all hooking up with each other, so he goes and fucks Weiss's mom.
I beg the motherfuck your pardon?
But Weiss wanted to get with him, that's why the title. Yeah.
That's a synopsis.
Ah.
I beg the McFuck your pardon?
It runs in the family, don't worry about it.
Let's see. Familiar. Team Ruby is not as quick to get through the Ever After. What should have taken days takes weeks, and they begin to hear tales of the rusted night. It's in the past tense now. Now they must learn to process their grief while taking care of a young blonde boy that started to follow them around with an unexplainable familiarity.
So it's gone.
I mean, I don't know. I kind of feel like this idea really falls short because the author is setting the point in time in where John reincarnates to be during the canon of season 9, implying that John went through 30 years or 10 years, or what was the time period?
A lot.
I think it was 30 years.
Yeah, I think it was 30 years.
Like, bro
Basically,
was up there in age.
He was in his
Yeah.
40s, maybe 50s.
yeah.
So 20 to
John
30 years.
John like went back like 30 years. He lasted all 30 fucking years, but he just happens to give up in the days of season 9. Like that's a stretch for me. Like
Yeah, are you talking about the original or this one?
I'm talking about this story idea, the AU idea, in where because they took a couple extra weeks to get through the lands of season 9, John gave up. You know, he lasted for 30 years waiting for his friends, but because they took an extra week to get to him, he gave up and reincarnated.
Yeah.
That sounds dumb.
Yeah,
No,
exactly.
Yeah, that doesn't sound very likely considering the only reason he was distracted long enough for those little fellas to finally off themselves
Yeah.
was because he was distracted by Team Ruby.
Yeah. So, yeah, I'm just, you know, it's a hard one to buy for me. Also, it's literally just John, but he's younger and has antlers now. Like, that's not a major change. If this was, you know, I don't even know how John would reincarnate.
We saw the changes tend to be pretty drastic.
Yeah.
When there is a change. Like, the little mouse absolutely ended up being a completely different species after her change.
Yeah.
Became a human, right?
No, the little mouse
No,
went from mouse to mouse knight, and
Yeah, so,
basically
like-
became hobbit level in size.
Yeah, like full anthropomorphic. Would not look out of place in a Sonic fan comic.
Yeah, effectively. Yeah. So yeah, it's kind of like a pretty drastic change. It's not, oh, he became younger and a faunus for some weird ass reason. And the reason why the mouse changed the way they did, because we actually have three evidences of reincarnation. The first evidence is that the mouse turned into a mouse knight and had a body that could now fulfill the mouse knight story effectively. The caterpillar alchemist that turned into a butterfly, and Ruby that realized who she needed to be was herself and not, you know, some idealized version of someone else.
Yeah. If Sean was going to go through that reincarnation process, he would probably unironically choose to be an older warrior.
Yeah.
Who has implanted memories of battles past. Because that's all he ever wanted in life was to live up to the Ark family name.
Yeah,
by the time we
honestly,
meet him in canon, it's clear that that is a stigma with him that he's not living up to his family name.
John being reincarnated as the veteran warrior that like helps that is the guide to the heroes would have actually been like some thematic shit.
Yeah,
Yes,
and
but we didn't get that.
it also would have made
Hey, dude, this is my Uncle Crow. He's got really bad luck, and at night cries about some girl named Pyrrha as well.
It would have made his reversal scene hit a little bit harder too.
Yeah.
Just because, like, he has actually lived a fully different second life.
I'm not a huge fan of the reversal scene. I'm honestly, I said before, I'm really not, and I'm really not a fan of it. Like, basically, that implies that everything that happens in the ever after gets undone when you leave it.
No. Sean got undone before he left.
It means it doesn't.
No, he didn't de-age before he left. He de-aged because he left.
Well,
What?
well, no,
Yeah.
he de-aged because Alice gave something as a gift to him. The blacksmith
Yeah.
That
handed him a
de-aged
gift
him.
that was a favor to Alice.
Yeah.
The problem, and this is something the writers didn't quite get, it's like, okay, so normally, if we had followed the story of Alice, her brother, and Jean, this would have been a really sweet parting gift if it had happened at the end of that journey.
Yeah.
But it happened at the end of Ruby Rose's journey, and it kind of makes everything that Jean did meaningless from a narrative perspective.
Yeah.
Undoes every bit of advancement he made. Yep.
Like, and now we're at the point of like, he doesn't even really get to keep the muscle memory that he would have picked up in his battles and trials through the Ever After, because now he's back in his younger body at the time he first showed up, when he was still self-training from videos that Pyrrha had left him.
Wow. John's
Yeah,
the
completely
only guy I know who can end up more useless.
Jean
After
was
a power
finally
up.
useful. Jean was finally useful, and then he threw the power up away.
No, he didn't throw it away. He had it taken from him.
Yeah.
Just like
As a
everything. Like,
gift.
No,
No,
well,
he could have stayed.
the problem is he accepted I'm trying to remember the scene. Did she tell him what it would do? Or did she
She
just kind of
didn't
like,
tell him
here's
what
a
it would
gift,
do.
and then it just popped?
Yeah,
Yep,
no, I think it
She
just
didn't
popped.
tell him what it would do. She just handed it to him and it popped.
taken away from him, just like everything else in life.
Bro finally got the power up that he always needed as the true main character of Ruby, and then they took it away and gave him his stupid fucking haircut back.
Yeah, I hate that
Yeah.
haircut.
Well, of course
Yeah.
he did. He didn't look like Miles anymore as an old man.
Right?
It really
Well,
don't
yeah,
think
but if he's
Miles
gonna
is
feature in the
art.
story again, he has to look like Miles again.
Yeah.
Sneaky, what
Yeah.
story? It's canceled.
It
It's
wasn't
all
going to
over
be.
the
They were
Heard
planning
some
to do
talks
more,
that
but
somebody's
then it
picking it
bombed.
up.
But Max, I saw a change.org petition. it's gonna
I'm
come
so-
back this time
so-
for sure.
They did a crossover with Justice League.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
crossover with Justice League
That's
had
so
the final
bad.
shot of Ruby not even ending on Ruby.
Yeah,
Yeah, it
that's
ends on
so
Justice
bad.
League.
That was so
I
bad.
actually I sat and watched the epilogue series they did, just these little 5-minute animatics they did to try and tie some loose ends up after Volume 9.
Were they all lynched and killed?
No.
Oh.
And then the last thing is I'm like, okay, you know, this will be cool because it was called Ruby 10 Years After.
Okay.
Oh
Or, sorry,
no.
it was Ruby 10 years later. I'm like, oh, maybe this is them giving us like this is how we wanted to end the series, and this is going to be like an epilogue episode 10 years after everything is said and done. No,
Nah.
it was their retrospective on Ruby from when Monty
Oh,
first came in with the
lame.
idea up to the end of Volume 9. I'm like, you know what?
Mhm.
Fuck you. You guys don't deserve this. Because it stopped being Monty's when you admitted to throwing out all the notes and rewriting an entire season because you were butthurt that people
Yeah.
predicted common writing tropes.
You were mad that people predicted the thing where Monty explicitly said that he assigned them anime homework, which obviously they didn't understand the point of.
No,
But-
they did say that as well.
What do
But
you
they-
mean?
They said they confirmed the rumor that Monty's Apprentice started. That they didn't understand why Monty assigned them the anime to watch.
That'll. Yeah.
Great. I'm so happy
angry.
to be proven right. I'm not happy at all. But that's not my point, right? Like, my point is they were literally given homework of like top anime series of watch
Yeah.
these because this is going to be our plot beats. And I forget which, but you know, they said at least a couple of the anime. So yes.
My Hero.
Bro,
No, My Hero
was
wasn't
not
out
on
at
that
that
list.
point, dude.
Soul Eater, Gurren
Mm.
Lagann, like the best
Yep,
of the
right.
best shonen and mecha stuff. Like the
Mhm.
stuff that Monty ate, slept, and breathed
Yeah.
is the stuff he gave them. I'm pretty sure Cowboy Bebop was somewhere on that list too.
It was.
some of the best narration,
I believe
and
it
some
was.
of the
It
best
was.
fight choreography
Yeah, that's it. It was
in all of
narration and
anime.
choreography, I believe, was the main plot points there
Yep.
for the
But
list.
yeah, look, the point is, my point being, they told us that they got homework. We knew what at least some of the homework was. Why on earth would you get mad that people figured out the fucking plot? I mean, obviously I know it's because they're insecure hacks, but
Yeah,
like,
they were sniffing their farts. That's why.
Yep.
Well, no, some of them did watch it, but then they quit partway through, and then some of them just didn't do the homework that Monty gave them.
That's not
right,
what we're
but
talking
my
about
point
now.
is,
Yeah.
The problem is they threw out an entire season of writing because people predicted the next season.
Mm.
They threw it all away. They wanted to subvert expectations.
Sometimes expectations shouldn't be subverted.
especially when the people trying to subvert them are fucking idiots.
Many such cases.
All they had to do was just execute the tropes well. That's it. There are plenty of things I've watched. I predicted the end of a movie, or I predicted the big climax within the first few minutes of said movie. I still enjoyed the ride because I thought it was executed well and it was fun. Predictable is not bad. It's only bad if it's boring. And even then, sometimes it was safe and you could admit that on a technical level, it was well done. It just wasn't fun.
It's why some historical, or based on real life movies do alright, ain't or do well. Because sure, you know exactly what's going to go down, like with the movie Dunkirk. But you're there for the journey and for the characters, not for knowing what the thing is going to be.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just there's a lot of reasons to be
Um,
disappointed in Ruby and to hate the Ruby writers, but it is just absolutely baffling that it's like honestly, the reason why I get so fucking pissed with Ruby is that they show all of the signs that your average first time writer, midwit dipshit shows, in that they want to be unique. They have this obsession with the idea that being an artist means that you don't copy from anyone. And that
How well does that
everything
one
you
work?
do is somehow completely original. And every good writer and every intelligent person knows that nothing is original, and we haven't had an original fucking thought since we started sharing stories around a fire.
Yeah. Now, you can put your own twist or spin on something, or maybe you have a relatively unique idea, but like you're probably not reinventing the wheel.
Don't
Now,
worry. That one hero.
there's a lot you can do to change stuff around, right? Like, listen, part of the reason Star Wars is so successful is because Star Wars is a mash of like 5 different tropes from 3 different cultures, but the dude just put it in fucking space.
Pretty much. Like, any hero that you have and any hero you've thought of, there's going to be at least, like, 3 different authors that have already thought about it and gone, oh, that's actually a pretty good idea, me. Good job, me. And then,
And
of
you know
course,
what? They
and
might
the
have
other
done
part of
it
that
better
is,
too.
don't worry. Don't worry. Someone at Games Workshop Black Library has also stolen your idea. Don't worry.
Of course.
Someone at the Black Library said, "Hey, that's pretty cool."
Yeah, Sword Art Online, right.
Mm.
Which,
They
I
went
mean,
in-
look,
they went into- they went
give
into
Sword
your
Art
mind.
Online all of the shit you want, but
Mm.
they had a structure to the narrative.
No, it was a good anime. I
Arc-
just didn't really like the fairy part in the second
Arc
half.
1,
But
Arc 1
if
was
you-
solid, and Gun Gale was solid.
Yeah.
Yes. And also, if you actually read the light novel, where it's actually got more of the early flaws and some of
progressive,
the
right?
actual bosses, Yeah, it's more progressive and it's actually really good.
Well, no,
I
No,
actually
he's
like
specifically
Fairy
saying
Dance.
the
progressive
light novel.
progressive
Those are-
novel series.
Yeah,
Because-
so there is 2 light novels for Sword Art. There is Sword Art, the light novels, and then there is the progressive series, which expands each floor and expands on the story of Sword Art Online.
Yeah.
And
Progressive
it's
for
really
all intents.
solid.
Yeah.
And it introduced a new favorite character for a lot of people in the form of
It's
Chisel.
effectively the V2.
Yeah.
Except
look
it's
at
a
all the
good
things
V2.
Look at all
Except
the
it's
things I
good.
learned on writing, guy. At some point, I do think I need to go and read is it the alkalization arc with
Alicization.
Alicization.
Yeah.
Alicization?
The only reason to read the Alicization is to read something we don't actually see very much in that particular genre of sci-fi, which is so we
Soul
made a
shit.
supercomputer, and it accidentally recreated souls. It what?
You what?
Yeah,
Hello?
yeah. There's an entire universe in this computer now that is actual souls. Okay, cool.
We can't turn that
I'll
off.
admit, when I started reading the Alicization arc, I kind of just like, oh shit, this is actually kind of good compared
What?
to the
This
usual
is
schlock
good?
that comes out of this. The problem is I'm not sure if it was good.
Unbelievable!
I don't know if it was good compared to the rest of SAO, or actually good.
Oh,
That's the
fully
problem I had with
coolly.
it.
Oh,
Cowboy
FLCL was
Bebop,
great.
Samurai Champloo.
Bebop, FLCL, FMA, Gurren Lagann, all of those are really great.
Oh
Yeah.
my god, really? I feel so bad. Look, I can say this now because we've seen Miles and Carrie try to write.
Yeah.
There's no way those two fuckwits would ever be able to get even half of what FLCL's trying to put down.
No, 100%, not
No.
even slightly.
Honestly, I think they would have been confused by the narrative structure of Cowboy Bebop and Samurai Champloo.
Yeah.
How are you confused by Cowboy Bebop? It's not confusing. It's pretty fucking simple.
Well,
I
yes,
mean-
but it's also several disjointed stories that are actually have a plot happening in the background, and
Yeah.
it also hops backwards and forwards between some episodes, which is something
And also
a lot of
the
people
author
aren't
sometimes
capable
just
of handling.
the author just sometimes goes, I want to do a homage to a good series. What series?
Yeah.
Oh, I just want to make an Alien episode, and also it's about like weird expired milk. Cool, let's do
Yep.
it.
And then there was the movie, which was also great.
Hey, why does this? Hey, also, why is all this jazz in the background?
You shut the fuck up,
Fuck you,
Jazz.
that's
You will.
why.
He stated that of everything he's been able to watch, SAO is the only thing that ever held his attention from the start. Now, I will give credit to the SAO anime. The choreography on the sword fighting was pretty good.
Yeah.
The first time
Oh, yeah.
Starburst stream happened, I hit rewind.
Yeah.
I rewatched that a few times.
Starburst.
I will still sometimes pull that scene up because that is a well animated and choreographed scene. Someone was proud of that fight, and they deserve to be proud of that fight.
Now you must acquire a taste for freeform jazz. That's the homework for watching Cowboy Bebop. Just enjoy
Yes.
the jazz.
And
You know,
But,
obviously,
Hey,
Bruce
if you
Lee
just want to enjoy
inspired
the
choreography.
he probably would have liked Dot Hack, some of the older stuff from Dot
You know,
Hack.
he
Yeah.
probably would have.
Stop
Hey,
hacking.
by
but-
the way, Nose, if you want to just enjoy the jazz, can I suggest to you Gundam Thunderbolt?
No.
I wouldn't.
But yeah, no,
what-
it's just
what-
I
where at?
won't.
We're still
Why
waiting on
is-
the third movie.
The
What is
structure
Gundam
of Ruby is
Thunderbolt?
just it hurts. It just really hurts. There's like they devoted an entire fucking half of the season to this really just random homestead location that was abandoned because the people that lived there invited Grimm into their basement because he didn't want the people to abandon the homestead, so he decided to make them depressed and then realized they were making people too depressed and then they all died. It's like I'm sorry. It's like it's sort of like an Edgar Allan Poe reference.
Oh, no.
Honestly,
reference.
that should have been one episode by itself, and if this.
I
had
mean, it
been
was also a
something-
Dementor reference, but
Eh,
and also a Sharingan reference.
yeah.
But
Well, you know what's funny? If that had been one of the anime on their list that Monty had given them, like, this is your homework, that would have been a single episode, and it would have literally just been an awareness episode.
The packs,
Or
that's true.
crushing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's a good one. Yeah. Yeah, no, it should have just been one episode, maybe two. Like the first episode starts them off and shows how they got up there. They have the whole fucking confrontations. Then part two of the homestead is them solving the confrontations both between their party and between the Grimm, and then leaving. Like it should have just been like that's what at maximum 2 episodes. There's no reason it should have been fucking 6 of the 12 episodes. It is insane.
Yeah, let's throw a few grenades down that well and call it a day.
Yeah. Why throw some fire
Also,
dust
like,
down by...
the other thing that I really hated about that is that whole homestead arc could have been used to explain the world of RWBY more and explain more as to why so many people go out and create these homesteads and why it's no surprise to anyone that dozens of them get destroyed every single month. And all we got instead was like 3 throwaway lines of like, fuck them and their taxes. Hunters are too expensive, and oh, I know, I'll draw the Grimm here so I can keep everyone motivated. Like,
I agree, fuck taxes, but Jesus.
Yeah,
won't fuck taxes.
But it's just like,
Listen.
that's sort of like, so like the problem is, right, the opinion of fuck taxes exists in our world because we are currently living in a world where we are overtaxed, underrepresented, and if we decided to break away from the country and the country doesn't declare war on us, it's not like we're going to be overrun by an unending swarm of death monsters who want to eat our souls.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, taxes in that universe are probably fine.
Listen, fuck, I don't like taxes either, but there's a big difference between my taxes help pay for the people who kill the monsters that will eat my flesh, and my taxes pay for the dude who ticketed me for going 45 in the 30.
Right.
Yeah.
It's not like, you know, like, if New Jersey was like, oh yeah, we're gonna break away from the U.S., fuck you guys, and like the U.S. didn't declare war on them, like the amount of bear and wolf spawns in New Jersey wouldn't multiply by 1,000. Like, that's not how it works. But it is how it works in RWBY. So, you know, taxation would be a obvious and natural part of the world when you can't just go off on your own and have your own little homestead, because the people that do that die, because even if they're good fighters, eventually you're gonna have a down day. Maybe the crops didn't go so well and you're just feeling a little bit bad today, and wouldn't you know it, that attracted 5 Beowulfs, and you can only kill 1. Well, you're dead now. And you don't get to reproduce. And if you did reproduce, your kid's also probably dead, so it doesn't matter that you reproduced.
You're just too fucking busy.
Are you too fucking busy farming to kill the Grimm because you didn't, you know?
Or yeah, you know, you're out farming, and then the Beowulf comes and kills your wife and kid, and you get back home, and you're like, oh.
Well, I guess I have to change my name to Gutrick.
Not again.
That face when you have to become a slayer again.
But it's just like, you know, the people that survive and reproduce in a world like RWBY would be the people who, and the culture, that promotes gathering up in large numbers, fortifying yourself behind natural fortifications, or building your own walls, and then everyone in a understanding culture of, even if I can't fight on the front lines against the unending wave of death monsters, I can still farm the food for them. I can still sew the clothes for them. I can still smith their weapons. It would honestly create a culture that heavily relies on collective supply.
A more communal culture with a more tightly knit community.
Yeah. Because
not communism, community.
Yes, not communism, community. Specifically of, okay, yeah, I'm not going to try and earn maximum profit on my wheat, because we need everyone to eat, because if the miner doesn't eat, then the miner can't mine ore. And if the miner doesn't mine ore, then we can't smith the ore into weapons. And if we don't have weapons, we all die. So the miner needs to eat, the blacksmith needs to eat, so they need to get food. And then the miner needs to mine the ore regardless of how much profit he's going to get from it, because he needs to get the ore to the blacksmith to get the weapons. And the blacksmith needs to make the fucking weapons so they can all survive. And some guy needs to be able to get huntsman training so he can fight the monsters to protect everyone from all dying. So
yeah, I was just saying, nice circle of life.
Yeah, so it becomes a situation where literally not making profit off of stuff is in your benefit, because that leaves everyone the time they need to create the resources that everyone else needs, to create the resources that everyone else needs, to create the resources for the people that need them to defend everyone else from creating the resources.
You raise the price of wheat $1, then the next guy has to work an extra hour to pay to buy the wheat, then the next guy has to work an extra hour to pay to buy, etc., and so forth, until eventually the hunter comes and he's charging you $30 more for his services.
And yeah,
then
so
you have
exactly.
to raise the price of wheat again.
Yeah, so it makes no sense at all that there would be an environment in which that you have a culture that really heavily values freedom and is against taxation, unless you did like what I did, and where you said areas with less dust have less grim. They're just easier to live in. So then you would get more similar to Earth cultures, in where you could have a more capitalism-heavy culture. But in areas where you don't have that set up as a world design, say the normal Ruby world as far as we're aware, it makes no fucking sense for it to be so hyper-individualist. Oh yeah, they had the color war, where one of the 4 nations was like, hey people, stop having emotions. Emotions attack Grimm, and that's bad. And so everyone decided to rebel against that because they were getting really evil with their tyranny or something. We're never really told what evil they did besides telling people to stop being sad all the time, because that gets the death monsters to come and kill them.
They did a fascism.
Yeah, they
But
did a
again,
fascism.
even
How
then,
were they
it was
fascist? Who the fuck knows?
One country.
Yeah, it was one country that did it, but everyone in the world decided that that was the right thing to do, and so now everyone's an individualist. Which makes no fucking sense at all. But again, a large majority of these problems that I have with Ruby wouldn't be problems I would have with Ruby if Ruby was still a monster a day, fight a day, funny little video animated by a guy who just really liked anime fights.
Yeah.
But they decided to take it in a very serious direction, in a very mature way, and talk about mature themes and topics and political discussion and all of that, which, again, I'm fine with. It's just you have to be mature about the discussions. What they did instead was take a fucking crayon and eat it. And then shit on the page and be like, look guys, here's my fucking Reddit essay on why Donald Trump is bad. And it's like, what the fuck does this have to do with Ruby? No, I say that specifically because Miles and Carrie came out and were like, oh, yeah, Ironwood is Trump and Atlas is fascist, and that's why Trump's a Nazi. And it's like, what the fuck does that have to do with RWBY? They made Ironwood evil because he's supposed to be Trump and Atlas is supposed to be America, and everyone in America's a Nazi, obviously. So that's why Atlas is evil now. And it's like, what? The fuck
Deeply unhinged.
are you talking about? And so it never made any fucking sense. They've made so many comments like this. It makes no fucking sense. They're like, "Oh yeah, well it's really hard to write racism because we're white." It's like,
No.
Okay, fine, then don't write about it. No, we gotta talk about the topic. Okay, fine. And how are we gonna do that? Oh, faunus are black people. The species committing mass terrorism.
Yep.
Okay.
Anyway,
all right.
We've had this
sure.
entire. We
Not an
hashed that
evil
particular
villain.
thing out.
Yeah, I know, but still, it's so fucking painful because they try to be like, oh, but the racism. This is the scene showing the racism taking place. Okay, what's the scene? Oh, it's a military officer getting angry that someone is asking them to let a terrorist, a known terrorist with an actual bounty, into the military base to take military property into a country that is currently locked down.
Yeah.
Because of terrorism.
Yeah.
It's like, that's not racist!
Sure it is.
I just, They just ate the whole fucking 64 pack of crayons. That's what they did.
It would be bold to assume that farms did not have a dedicated huntsman. Like, yeah, it's just like, why aren't there guilds? Why are there not guilds? Why is there not more, like, dichotomy between school-taught huntsmen versus apprentice huntsmen? Why is there
Because
not...
that would require work and thinking about plot.
Yeah, I
And this is
know.
Rooster Teeth.
There's so much that's just wrong with the world and the way that they made it. Like, there's so much that's just like, why did you do it this way? This
The
doesn't make any
bullheads look so
sense.
fucking terrible. Yeah, it's like they have like no fucking land vehicles for some reason, despite having like 2 world wars.
Don't they have
No
fucking highways?
Only
Like
in
a
the
30
city.
They
lane
don't
highway?
have tanks.
They have cars and they have pickup trucks, but they don't have 16-wheelers. They don't have 16-wheeler equivalents. They don't have tanks. They don't have armored light vehicles. They don't have armored heavy vehicles. They don't have scout vehicles. For some reason, they have motorcycles, which they only drive inside the city, which I guess is the most sensible thing I've fucking seen from this entire series so far.
Unless you're Yang, and then you take it off-road.
Of
Yeah.
course.
They for some reason have a 32-lane highway in the middle of Vale that's held 10 to 15 stories in the air. But what does it do? Where does it go? And what are the people? How many people are actually in this city to use it? That never gets expanded upon. We have a completely nonsensical city map that was only ever shown once by Roman, where they have the agricultural district separated from the fucking river.
They pipe all the water in. Don't worry, it's fine.
They instead built the industrial district in the floodplains. For some fucking reason.
It's for
There's
shipping. They've got to be able to ship that off
there's
by water.
so much there that it was
But
just
that's
like,
the other
why?
problem, is like they make all of these excuses as to why they don't have shipping, but then they do have shipping, but then they don't actually have shipping. Like they make the grim the grim fill the water. It's like it would be one thing if like Atlas had robots like piloting these giant shipping vessels. Like that would actually be really cool. Like, oh, that's why Atlas is this like military and financial juggernaut, is because they were able to get around the issue of Grim attacking all of the shipping trade by putting robots on the ships instead. And so they just have people there at the start and end destinations to make sure that all of the stuff is still on point and whatever, right? And it's like,
Yeah.
oh, okay,
Or
that makes
they
perfect
put the
sense.
most depressed, and there's two actual people on the ship, and they both have to be clinically diagnosed with depression.
Right, or it's just like you could have shit like fucking like, oh, every sailor has to be part of the Hollywood stereotyped jolly pirate culture, where like they have to be having fucking parties 24/7 on these ships just to get through the ocean, because we see Blake get sad once on this civilian cruise liner catamaran going to Menagerie, and a sea dragon comes out and nearly sinks the ship, and would've if she wasn't there to kill it.
Well, you see, she's super duper special.
But
And
still,
awesome.
my point is that, it's like this is like a known threat, and like I think the captain says something along the lines of like there shouldn't have been one here at this time or some shit like that. Like
Yeah.
apparently this is such a known threat, they can predict the Grim patrol patterns, and that's why they drive the ships through at certain times or something. And that's why they're armored and armed, but not armored and armed enough for when that doesn't happen.
Not
And
for
they
the
just
big shit,
let
apparently.
the ship go. Like this is what's so throwing me off. Like there's so much going on in Ruby that makes me think that the population of each city is only in the millions, but then they have so many callousness moments, like imperial moments, effectively, like 40K moments, where it's like, oh, another 12 homesteads died this month, whatever. Like that's the kind of opinion you would have if your city had like 70 million people in it. Oh, what does it matter that 100 more died? That's nothing. 100 died this week from falling out of their apartment. Like,
Yeah.
that's like the sort of callousness that comes from, who cares that several hundred people just died on this one cruise liner? That's not a big
Who
deal.
cares,
Why would we need to armor up and weapon up all these cruise liners? It's just a couple hundred people. That's not the opinion I would see from a city whose population is 1 million.
Yeah.
It's just so many mixed messages where they're just doing doing things, and then retroactively they're like, it's a civilian cruise liner. It's like, what?
Yeah.
Mm.
Like I said,
didn't
Vale.
Again,
it all.
Yeah.
the whole thing is just incredibly stupid. We specifically on this show have hashed and rehashed this whole level of fucking stupid, because it's just, how do you respond to it? Like, the worst part is there's something here, right?
Yeah.
There's something there that you could do so much with if you just set down a better world. Like,
But that's hard.
listen.
Well, it's not even set down a better world in some cases. It's like a case of just stay to it. Like,
yeah. Well, again, it's some of it's a little column A, some of it's a little column
yeah,
B,
yeah.
right? Some stuff that needs to be more sensible, because, like, right, hopping out to Lord of the Rings for a second, right?
Sure.
You have Gondor, right? And
Sure.
one of the only things that Peter Jackson got super wrong was the Pelennor Fields outside of Gondor.
Right,
Because that wasn't a big open field, right? the whole reason that Gondor was a big fucking deal was because they had, like, 20 miles of farmland enclosed in a wall.
Right.
Like, no joking, that's probably at least partially where the idea for Attack on Titan with, oh yeah,
I wouldn't be
we built
surprised.
we built the giant city, and the first section has its own farmland, and then the next section has its own farmland, but we still really rely on the big one, right? Like, the fact that all of the cities in Remnant aren't set up like the Pelennor Field
Right.
is insane. And okay, fine. You can make an argument to me that sure, Atlas is a frozen shithole and they can't grow anything. Bro, you have fire dust and water dust and gravity dust and lightning dust. You can make a fucking greenhouse.
Also, I'm sorry, you missed a perfect opportunity for some straight up Frostpunk shit going on. Like, come on, we need a Frostpunk civilization already.
Oh yeah, I mean, again, there's so much that they missed out on that just doesn't make any sense. And again, they somehow had, right, this is one of the most ridiculous things. They don't have international shipping. They don't have offensive land vehicles. But they somehow managed to have a world war?
I thought they demilitarized and got rid of all those because of the World War.
But that makes no
No.
sense. Why would you demilitarize in a world where unlimited death monsters exist?
Because if they had a military force, then Huntsmen wouldn't be special because they just roll
No,
over them
Huntsman
like
exists.
America.
No, that's not true at all. The entire point would be that you have huntsmen to go out to these little shitburger settlements to defend those people who have chosen to live outside of your tax bracket, while your actual army defends the people paying taxes. Like, you know
Sure.
what? It would make a whole lot of sense if the reason that Old Grim avoided cities was because the second they got near it, it was, hey, look, there's the big unmissable Grim the size of a mountain.
Oh, that is.
They get
Hero it.
fucking shelled.
No,
Yeah.
that it literally is. No, Crow literally tells Ruby that the reason why the Grim herd of elephants wasn't moving
Mhm.
towards the city and were instead moving around
Oobleck.
That was Oobleck.
It was Oobleck.
Oobleck,
But yeah,
right,
no,
my
no,
bad.
I know,
Yeah.
I know,
was
but
it-
my point is he just says they know that they just get hurt or they'll just die. Like,
Yeah.
which presumably, right, if nothing else, it means that, right, okay, fine, we'll send the entirety of every huntsman in the city out there. When what it should be is, hey, look, they're at grid coordinates 38 by 43. Fire everything.
Dear grid coordinates.
I mean, that's what Oobleck implied was happening there.
Yeah, I think that's what I was trying to say, is that Oobleck was basically implying that the second they get spotted by the larger settlements, that the Grim realize that they'll just die. And so that's why they wait for the opportunity to kill people when the younger Grim rush in.
No, I understand that. I'm saying, as far as I know, at least from what I got from Oobleck, the implication was they just know they're gonna get mobbed. Not like, oh boy, cool proper
I'm pretty
military
sure he
destroys them.
mentions
No.
cannons and wall defenses
Yeah.
explicitly in that.
Yeah, he
lesson.
does.
Oh, never mind. Then I just missed it.
Yeah.
I don't remember that. But
No,
okay.
see, this is the thing, right? It's like, why would you have a standing army? Well, you would have a standing army for two very important reasons. Reason one, defending the farms. Reason two, it would make sense to have positioned military units, guarding the trade routes. Land trade routes
Yep.
would effectively be the easiest ones to make and maintain. Because, obviously not every area is the best farmland. And if you have really great farmland with good access to a river up that a ways, and the mine for the really good minerals is up that a ways, well, you gotta have soldiers to man the trade routes to make sure that the trade never gets interrupted. And so you're gonna end up having checkpoint towns. And so then the town's gonna be able to grow enough food for itself, more or less, or it's gonna have some sort of strategic value that justifies importing the food or buying some of the food off of the farm convoys coming in, or they serve as a crossroads between other trade routes so they can subsist off that. Oh, actual real life mercantile things that have been well established, firmly rooted in history, and we have clear and obvious evidence and reasoning for why they occur and where they occur and how they occur and when they would occur and the history behind a lot of towns and why those towns happened and where, when, and why. All of that work is done for you. You don't need to go and try and come up with these random fucking histories of why this place is important or whatever. You put some fucking land down on a map. Make some rivers through it. You slap a mountain here or there and you say, this is where the minerals are. You make a valley and call this Lots of Food Valley. And then you go, okay, well, history says rivers create cities. So this is a river. Okay, so it's gonna be near the food place because being near the food place and being on a river makes city.
No.
It's
no,
really
that's
fucking
sensible.
easy.
That's sensible. Can't have that.
But
I mean, you're implying that they could have just researched the basics of how towns and villages crop up around water sources. Sneaky, that doesn't sound right.
That sounds like work.
yeah, it's not like
That-
they were
that sounds
already
like
not
30
doing massive
seconds of
amounts of
Google.
research to understand how to write a narrative.
Yeah. Again, it's just the
They
whole
already
thing
weren't
is
doing their homework.
Yeah,
That
true.
actually hurts all the worse knowing that Miles really wanted to finish SAO and still couldn't write a narrative better than it. Like, again, Arc 1 and Gun Gale, great arcs. Narratively, they were interesting. He learned nothing from his favorite anime at the time.
And how,
Wow.
we don't know, but he
This
did.
is me being shocked. But yeah, it's just, Huntsman would be very viable as a group because it's very easy to balance this sort of shit. Aura requires energy. Burns up more energy. So an average huntsman will eat more food than a normal person. So there you go. That's why not everyone instantly awakens their aura because you don't have enough food for that.
Yeah. Why was the food fight so large in Volume 2? Well, that's just how much they eat every fucking day because they're
Yeah,
burning
exactly. Or
tens of
fucking
thousands of calories.
go fucking full Monster Hunter with it. Of just these guys consume a common meal of 8,000 calories, per day, which is insane to anyone not aware of
yeah.
Yeah.
that.
Mhm.
God,
Bro,
that food looks
8,000
so good.
calories.
Honestly, that would have been fine because that would have leaned into another common trope of your main protagonist eating a fuck ton of food. Usually because
Yeah.
main protagonist is hyper
Yeah, they're using
active
a lot of
in what they're doing.
hyperactive shit. Like, you can even just say, like, they've lost blood, they need protein. What the fuck?
Or they just
Yeah.
got done. Their aura broke. Of course they're eating twice what they normally do.
It's just so much. It's so fucking easy. Like, you don't even have to go with the whole aura amplifies your emotions and makes it so all of your emotions are more obvious, which means that people with aura attract Grim more than people without aura. It's like you don't even have to go that deep. You can just be like, food.
Mm.
Food good.
Yeah.
Food
They
good.
would have. They would have done better if they'd removed like 30 to 50% of the mysticism aspect of it.
And like I'm not entirely against the mysticism aspect of it, but we've rehashed this multiple times. But I've said it before, and I'll say it again forever because yes, we rehash it, and is the probability of someone ever gonna fucking watch any of these episodes super low? Yes, obviously, but I don't want to be in a position where someday someone somewhere fucking saw either a clip or for some godforsaken reason sat down and watched a whole fucking episode and we didn't say something because everyone knows, because that's the other thing I was actually just finished talking about on Sign server is the amount of knowledge we have lost because people assumed, air quotes, everyone knew. We lost how to make Roman concrete for hundreds of years because the Romans wrote down a normal concrete recipe, assuming that anyone who read it would know that obviously when they say use water, they mean use seawater, and when they say use rocks, they mean use volcanic rocks.
Yeah, obviously.
And it's like how we don't write one chicken egg in our recipes for cake.
We write egg.
We write egg
Well,
because we
now-
assume whoever's going to read that knows through societal and cultural clues that we use chicken eggs. Now, if
You can
someone
substitute
finds
duck
this
egg.
book, you could, but you need to use more duck egg, and you need to like
No,
strain some
no,
of them because
no,
the yolk would be
mm-mm.
too much. And
No, just use one duck egg. It'll come out richer. It'll taste better. I promise. It's so much.
Okay,
all right, fair enough.
so much
sign.
better.
It doesn't
Okay,
matter.
but that's
The
duck
point
egg.
of
What
it
if they
doesn't
use
matter.
what if they
Yeah,
use
it's-
pigeon eggs instead?
Or ostrich eggs. I
What if
know.
they
Yeah,
use
or ostrich
quail
eggs.
eggs?
Yeah. What if they use kangaroo eggs?
Excuse you?
Oh, huh?
You mean platypus eggs?
No, I mean kangaroo eggs, because we're talking about a time period where no one knows what a fucking chicken is anymore, and they're reading this cookbook. All we know, kangaroos fucking lay eggs now.
Mm.
Hey, look, the platypus can
yeah,
end up
again,
evolving that
That
way,
or
but
the platypus got renamed the kangaroo.
yeah,
Yeah.
who the fuck knows? Like, that's my point, though, right? If you're in a
This
time
creature was
period
named
in where
Platyputus,
chickens
so
are no longer the main farm animal that produces eggs, and someone finds an old English cookbook that says use 9 eggs, and they're like, holy shit, 9 eggs? Seriously? That's so much egg! Because the eggs are like the size of a
Well-
fucking watermelon.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was just informed. Sign. Do you just?
Oh, yeah, no, Max, we've been over this before.
You didn't know?
Yeah.
I must not have been here for that.
Yeah, so Sign doesn't eat soup that uncondensated. He'll just eat the condensated soup. Yeah, right out of the can.
It's delicious.
That is
You
so
fucking
much
uncultured-
sodium. Of
you
course it's
fucking
delicious, you
uncultured
moron. It's
swine.
concentrated seasoning and
It's
sodium.
great.
Sign.
You fucking uncultured swine.
Sign.
I
That's
do it often.
Also,
You shouldn't do it at
That's
all.
every great now and then.
yeah, this guy is also the same guy who thinks 40 ounces of water is too much water a day.
That's too much water.
Give me a minute.
His kidneys are gonna crystallize. He eats a fucking salt lick.
you don't deserve your kidneys.
Dog, your
You'll
kidneys
just
are wanting
drink
to kill you,
condensed.
day one.
You'll drink condensed soup straight out the can, and just
No.
say, "Oh, that's enough water for the day."
No,
Yeah.
no, I don't drink it out of the can. I just put it in a pot and heat it up as normal. Then put it in
Straight
a
from
bowl
the
and eat it like a
can.
normal person. Obviously,
It's
straight
like
from
Are
the
you
can
are you
into
like
the
a
filter
motherfucker
from the
that would
can.
just like put like a lighter under your can to cook your soup or some shit?
No, the cans have things in them that you can't heat them up like that.
Yeah, you can.
Fuck you.
No, you're not supposed to heat them up like that. It'll
You're
taint
not
your.
supposed to. People probably still do.
It'll
Yeah,
taint
I'm
your
sure
food.
they do. But it
It'll
will
taint
fuck
your
up your
food, he
food.
says.
We can't even blame this on him being from Louisiana.
I mean, we
'Cause
can blame
I've
party.
had,
No,
I've
he's
had
just
food
French.
I've had food in New Orleans. They know how to cook. They know how to make soup, unlike him,
I don't
apparently.
know how to cook.
Why do you say New Orleans? Is that how people say it? New Orleans?
No,
Nolans?
it's New Orleans.
New Orleans?
People from closer to New Orleans can say Nolans.
People in Nolans will pronounce it Nolans, and people who have been to Nolans pronounce it Nolans.
Depends on who you're talking to from New Orleans.
You didn't disprove my statement, son.
In fact, you just said it, buddy.
I said New Orleans.
Orpheus has fun stories about New Orleans.
Okay.
You should
I'm
ask
sure
him
he
on
does.
one day.
Okay, yeah, as far as I'm
Alvor?
seeing here, it's not recommended for long-term health because the can lining might be compromised due to the expansion of direct heat element. But there is no actual mention of it being unsafe to do so.
Yeah, don't fucking do it.
I love how you're trying to give health advice about how to eat concentrated soup without saying, I don't know, decondensatrate it.
Just put it in a bowl, just pour it out of the can directly into a bowl.
I don't think I'm taking any cooking advice from you at this point.
I think we should ban
You think half of the daily recommended intake of water is too much water, and I learned that you drink the condensed soup straight without any dilution whatsoever, like a savage.
It's delicious.
Your food opinions no longer hold any weight.
Oh, he also hates bacon.
Oh, I hate bacon.
Is Sign just a Soviet
So what I'm
spy?
hearing is we should never allow
He's
this friend
French.
to ever cook.
Okay, here's the real question. Sign?
Yeah.
You gotta fry up some chicken. Are you using straight
Yes.
lard or are you using shortening?
What's it for?
Yeah.
No, it's fried
hey,
chicken.
What am I?
Just fried chicken by itself? Like, I'm not gonna...
Just fried chicken by
Am I
itself. You're not
deep
throwing anything
frying
else in the
it?
pot. Yes,
no,
deep
I'd
frying it.
probably
What else
use
would you
lard
do?
and pan fry it.
Yeah, pan fry it in
because
lard,
lard-
but if you're deep frying it, you're using fucking oil.
Be gone.
I said
I'm taking
deep
your.
frying.
I'm taking your southern card. Be gone. you
You
are banished from the south.
You may live in the South, but you may not call yourself the rank of Southerner.
When you go to deep fry
It's
turkey,
outrageous.
what
It's
do you deep
unfair.
fry it in? What do you deep fry your turkey in? Lard?
Why in the fuck would you deep fry a turkey?
First off,
Who the fuck
not-
deep fries a turkey?
Hang on.
No,
do
that's
Back
what I
up.
live.
the thing a lot of
Rewind.
Southerners will
I'm not
try.
good at
Unfortunately, a
making
lot of
turkey.
Southerners try to do it in the kitchen, like idiots.
Yes.
You don't do it in the kitchen. And you don't
Take
do
it
it with the
out
turkey frozen. You don't
Oh,
do it
frozen turkey fries
is
are
the
the
thing.
best. Those are
But
hilarious
fine,
from a distance.
if I have to buy 10 pounds of lard to deep fry the turkey, I'm buying 10 pounds of lard to deep fry the turkey.
No, you use the lard for
You
pan frying.
uncultured
You use
swine.
the oil.
You
for deep frying.
uncultured swine.
This is
The
The
great.
lard is
no,
objectively
tell it.
healthier than the oil.
Oh yeah,
You
absolutely.
uncultured
But
swine. The
All right,
only
so
time
when you do
the
your-
only time you deep fry with oil is if you're doing sweets. Plain and simple.
Do you
Yeah,
count
sweet,
pastries
yeah.
as sweets?
Yes,
Count
if I'm
what?
gonna
Okay.
cook up a beignet, I'm using oil.
yeah,
Okay.
so oil for beignets. Do not use lard; it will taint it.
Yeah, well, I don't want my beignets to
Because
taste meaty.
lard is too strong.
Exactly. Same thing with donuts.
Who the fuck?
I just said sweets.
Why would you deep fry a donut? It's already deep fried.
Oh,
No,
they
deep
do
fry it
double
to
deep
cook
fry
it.
It's called double
where I
deep
live.
frying.
They double
First
deep
off,
fry it. Yeah.
So
second,
scary.
don't knock it till you try it. Third, never try
Fair
it more
enough.
than once. That's a heart attack.
I was gonna say.
Also, like, deep
Yeah,
fried
I'm
apple
sorry.
cider
I
Oreos
gotta
were
say, deep fried apple cider donuts is pretty fucking good, my dude.
All right. I concede to the
Deep
concede to your
frying
point.
chicken and
But
meat.
have you ever had junk chicken?
What chicken?
Junk chicken.
Junk chicken? I'm
Junk
sorry.
chicken. So when you do the whole chicken, you take a whole chicken, you put an open
Oh.
beer in it, and then you cook it.
Oh no, I've never cooked a
Oh.
whole bird together. I'd be terrified of
No,
messing
I've
something
never.
up.
I know that using alcohol. to
My
cook
grandmother
is
does
pretty
their
good,
turkeys and
because
stuff.
the alcohol part eventually cooks out, but never
Yeah,
tried.
the alcohol cooks off.
No, I tried to cook a whole side of ribs once, and I got so much flack for it. I will never try to cook a full cut of
Well,
meat like that again,
How
irregardless
did
of
you
what it is.
fuck up
How'd
doing
you
a
try
whole
to
side
cook
of
it?
ribs?
Because I got half of it really, really good, and the other half not so great.
Oh,
And
well,
they kept asking me how I did that,
how
and
were
I
you
still
cooking
get
it?
teased about it sometimes.
Like the top half and the bottom half, or the right half and the left half?
Right half and left half.
Yeah, I was about to say
Your
it had to
fire
be
was
right
too
half and
hot on
left
one
half.
side.
Gotcha.
Yeah, like, were you frying it, smoking it, or tossing it in the oven?
We had a big old backyard grill. I
Yeah,
had a
your fire
cousin.
was too hot on one side.
Yeah, that's what that sounds like.
That was your air intake is on one side, and your smoke output is on the other. And whichever side was hotter, you needed to rotate.
Gotcha. I'm sorry then. I tried, but you know
I
how it
mean,
is.
it sounds to me like you made a perfectly good rib, and the only problem was the fire. That was it.
Yep.
So you should try cooking ribs again, and this time keep an eye on the fire. And if the grill has that consistent problem, you need to
it's
up
not
the
my
right
Is it a
fault.
charcoal grill?
It was extended family wood fired.
Ah,
Sir,
Oh,
you
yeah,
need
that's
to
hard to
go to
control.
bed.
one, he needs to go to bed. Two, congratulations, you actually cooked ribs on hard mode, technically.
Yeah.
Fire's a little harder to control than charcoal
bit.
or
I
pain.
just like the smell of wood fire better. I like
Yes.
using apple
Tastes
wood.
better
It
too.
smells good.
So, somewhat relevant to writing and less relevant to Sign's questionable life choices when it comes to living. We have here a great example of what happens when multiple people live in an area.
Oh no.
So here we have Torpenhow Hill, England. When the Saxons invaded, they asked the locals, what's that hill called? They called it Pen, which is hill in Welsh. Because, well, what's that called? Well, we didn't name it. It's a hill. Okay, so now it's Torpen Hill, which unfortunately means hill in Saxon. So it's now called Hill. And then the Norse arrived and asked what that hill was called. They called it Torpen. And they said, okay, well, now it's going to be Torpenhagar, which means hill. So now it's hill,
so you
hill,
now
hill.
have the hill.
And then when the English took power, they saw Torpenhagar and said, Torpenhow Hill. So now it's called hill, 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 hill.
Oh, this seems like a weird hill to die on.
There's
No,
another
fuck
case.
off.
Do you think
There's
the
an-
leading family has
That's a
hounds?
good one, actually.
I
There's
would say,
another
no.
one in.
Listen, I'm gonna give that one to Nose. That was a pretty funny
Yeah,
one.
no, that was a good one. But no, there is another one actually in England again because of how many people invaded it. That is town in Roman, of course, because the Romans made it. It's town in Saxon because the Saxons invaded. It's town in German because the Germans invaded at one point. It's town in French, and then it's town in British as well. So it's effectively called town.
Ah, yes, town to town.
Wall. Because the original meaning of the Roman word for town, they didn't have a word for town. they referred to places that were towns by telling you if they had a wall or not. Because that's how the Romans worked.
There is a wall here. What does that mean? It means fuck off.
How do you know if this place is a place with many Romans in it? They've built a wall.
Got a wall.
They built a wall. What does it say on there? I don't know. I can't read.
What does the wall mean?
You
Fuck
you
off.
can't say what's on the wall because Roman soldiers were inventive with graffiti.
True.
Also, walls are good civilization.
Start writing
Also
on the wall.
true.
The Romans come out and tell you to write your write your Latin better. What does it say on the wall?
Kilroy is actually another great one. That's another great mimetic tale. The Kilroy was here with the guy with the nose peeking over a wall.
Yes, I remember Kilroy.
Yeah,
That's an old one.
That's what. It's only 80 years old compared to some of these towns. But yeah, no, specifically with that, to anyone not aware, it's actually two memes. So the British had a thing where they drew this guy peeking over a wall. Like that's it. That's their meme. But then the Americans have this thing with naming things. Can't imagine how that came about. But yeah, we had this whole thing with naming things. So it was actually two parts. So it was one part, a lot of the soldiers were writing, I was here. You know, Sergeant James, Gunnery, 9th Division was here. James was here. In all the places they were visiting, just so they could be like, yeah, look, there's my mark. I was here. But it was also actually really inspired by the ship workers. So, in the docks, when they were making lots of ships, they had to mark each part that they were working on, so they could get credit for it. So when the foreman would come around, they would see, 9 initials for KJ, and KJ would get paid for 9 works. So obviously everyone's using charcoal at first. Then people started erasing other people's works when they were done and left them, and would write their own names so they would steal credit. So one dude got pretty fucking pissed off. His name was Kilroy. He started welding his name into his works.
Oh no.
So everyone knew when Kilroy finished something. And Kilroy was a very productive
here.
little guy. So you saw a lot of Kilroy was here on stuff. And so it combined Kilroy with the was here from the soldiers. And then eventually, when the British and the American soldiers linked up, there would be Kilroy, was here, and then the face. And then, because the soldiers saw that, thought the guy with the face was called Kilroy, they started replicating the full thing now of Kilroy was here and the face. And so what ended up happening is these soldiers were telling other soldiers about the Kilroy was here meme. Everyone thought that was really funny, so they would start writing it everywhere they went. And this ended up both the Axis and the Allies thinking there was some fucking super spy that no one could figure out where or who he was allied to, because he was everywhere, and he was marking it in plain sight where he's been.
And didn't the Soviets assign the whole KGB task force to hunt him
To
down or
finding
something?
Kilroy. Yes.
Probably.
No, it was like really cool because like there was a bunch of Soviet dudes that actually infiltrated like British foreign intelligence.
Probably, yeah.
And then they found out that like the British have a file on Kilroy too. And the British secret agents were like just messing with the new guys. or not the secret agents, but like the office workers, and they were like, "Oh yeah, Kilroy's this big guy." So there was like Soviet like deep cover spies that sent back to Russia, like, "Oh yeah, Kilroy's like this triple agent that even the capitalists don't have complete control of." And so like the Soviets for like 10 years genuinely had like a whole department of people just like, how is this guy doing this? And apparently, according to, it wasn't Bezmenov, but one of the Soviet defectors, what happened is every so often one of the lower level guys would figure it out, but he'd never tell his superiors. Because if you told your superiors that, hey, this has been a huge waste of resources and we
You would
all look
die.
like, if you know that, or congratulations, Tovarish, you have been transferred to Siberia. You'll enjoy another 20-year stay. Is not gulag, is great posting. You have own command. All the bear
Of
meat you can
command
shoot.
self.
Yeah, pretty much.
So yeah, so you had a bunch of low-level guys that never officially reported their findings, and their bosses never officially reported their findings, and their bosses, and on and on and on, because it would have looked bad. So you just had this successive chain of dudes who's like, you've got to find Kilroy. Because the
Boy.
last
Okay.
guy would never admit that Kilroy wasn't actually a spy.
Boy, it's almost like we saw something like that happen when Russia decided to invade Ukraine. Boss, all the tanks are ready to go. I promise.
Yeah.
Oh man,
Alexi, did you make
fall
sure
off.
that all
that.
Alexi, did you manage to make sure all the kinks were ready to go? What are you talking about? You said to put everything in that supply depot. As I was saying, sir.
You said to sell everything on the black market.
So, you know, being New Jersey, there was a little black market going on at one of the local military bases where they would sell you some stuff
You can
from
get
the
really
military
good
base.
really good expired rations for pretty cheap.
Well, you know, they tend to be expired for a reason.
Yeah.
Something.
Also,
dog.
I'll be straight, bro. You don't need to buy expired rations. You can get a pallet of like 500
No,
MREs for like
like
$100 on Amazon.
I live walking distance from an airbase, so kids would go buy MREs and then make each other like eat the vegetarian ones.
Oh,
That
yeah.
stuff was awful.
Yeah.
But it was funny. It was funny.
Never eat the vegetarian option.
Never eat the vegetarian option, and for the love of God, do not eat the cheese.
I've heard there is one particularly good MRE, the only one that is good. I forget which one it is though.
I think it might be like the beef stroganoff.
There's a couple. Anything that has chocolate in it is usually pretty good.
Well, no, not one of the dessert ones or not one of the chocolate and cigarette ones. I'm talking a main meal MRE.
Oh, I think beef stew
The
is pretty
beef stuff
good.
tends to be,
I
yeah.
would
I
say
don't
the
think it
beef
is
the beef
beef
ones are supposed
stew.
to be pretty good.
Wasn't there like a lasagna one like
Yeah,
forever and a
lasagna
day
too.
ago?
Yes, the
That
lasagna one,
was
yep.
like, really good. I know there was a couple that were just crazy bad. And no, you've got to eat the whole thing with the cheese. It's because people only eat part of it. It's like cheese and crackers, and it balances you out. But you've got to eat like the whole MRE, and not just like just the cheese or just the crackers with like a little bit of something on it, like a hot sauce or something. Because if you eat that, you just get the part that stops you up, so you don't have to worry about it on patrol so much. Because you don't want to get shot at when you're trying to do your business. And
Yes, MRE shits.
yeah, so that's why the cheese and the crackers stop you up. So that happens a lot less. And Also, if you get cut off, you can eat that stuff, and you don't have to worry about going for like a day or two. And so that way you don't have to like risk getting shot to do your business. It's gross, but it makes a lot of sense, and it's probably saved a few lives. Also,
Probably.
there was one dude.
I do
who
know actually, as far as that goes, that the military did do a study on that, and did find that women were being shot at a far higher rate when deployed out in the field because they went to the bathroom more.
Yeah, I knew a guy personally who had to get a piece of shrapnel pulled out of his butt because he had
Yeah,
to do
that's
his business,
that's
and there
rough.
was an IED next to the outhouse.
Ooh, taking a shit next to an IED. That's rough, man.
Wow.
And he
Yeah,
said
that's
the
pretty
funniest
shitty.
thing-
I'm sorry. All I can think of is this dude taking his
See, now what I'm
At
really
least-
no,
like,
what I'm
but,
really
like,
worried
here's the thing.
about.
I'm imagining him going to the outhouse, and he's taking this shit, and he looks out the window, and like the wind's blown just right, and he can see the bomb.
Yo,
No,
Oh,
I mean, if it's
what
in
ended
his
up
ass, it means
happening-
it'll probably be right next to the outhouse, which makes me really question of how fucking powerful was that bowel movement that it set off the IED.
Actually, that's the funny
Yes.
thing because when he put his pants back on, because he just was like face down in the dirt, not looking up, just getting his stuff back on, trying not to freak out. When his buddies came over to check him out, they thought he'd crapped himself because the back of his pants were.
Of course, it
blood.
has a dark.
Yeah.
It has a dark stain.
Yeah.
And it turns out there was a single piece of shrapnel lodged squarely in one buttock, and he actually kept it because
So
he
he
considered
became
it
Forrest
good luck.
Yeah.
Because that's all that was wrong with him, and so he was he was shit butt for a while, but he said that was a much better nickname than no ass or something like that. So he was
Yeah.
willing to take his lumps,
Got his
Oh.
ass blown off.
basically.
That there's no ass Johnson.
You
He's
ass
got no
blaster.
ass.
You know, there's a lot of names he could have picked up from that one.
But
Richter.
yeah, no, honestly, you hear some good stories and you hear some bad stories. But I live in a college town with multiple military bases around, and that someone could probably dox me just that. But I knew a lot of people in school, and I know.
You
some
know,
people
I will say that's how you always know when someone has only known the military through Hollywood movies, when they give their soldiers nicknames like Nomad and shit like that. Oh, because I'm a free spirit. It's like, no, sorry, that's not how you get your nickname. My stepmother recently was singing for a military base, and she messed up during the song, and I was like, you should be glad they didn't give you a nickname like Acapella or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cause that's how you get those nicknames. You say shit like, yeah, you fuck up when singing, and they're like, yeah, your new nickname's Disney Princess.
Oh no.
Actually, funny story. My stepfather had a best friend who had two nicknames. He was known by either Spider, because he had a huge whole sleeve spider web tattoo on one arm.
Fair, yeah.
And also Green Cheeks, because he was part of the Jolly Green Giants. I think that's the 151st
Yeah.
Air Maintenance Crew, and he had a pair of green footprints tattooed on his butt cheeks. And one day, when he was very drunk, Spider, apparently when asked for identification by the unit commander, and who I think was either a major
Oh
or
no.
actually
Oh
a colonel,
boy. Oh
actor,
yeah.
Oh boy.
drop trowel presented his
Yep.
cheek, and the officer apparently simply just told him to sleep it off because it was considered legitimate identification at all unit functions if you were willing to present them bare ass And so the officer literally let him get away with it because apparently, like, everyone in the 151st who wasn't married, you didn't have to do it, but come on, you know?
You gonna do it.
What other part of the government are you ever gonna say, I showed my ass to my commander and he let me through?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Apparently he, this was according to my father, to a very young me at the time. Spider, after that, didn't drink for a whole month because he wanted to do better. Me as an adult, I probably understand Spider didn't drink for a month out of pure fear of what the officer would do if he caught him drunk again.
True.
Yeah.
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 But I gotta say, Spider was one of those guys that was cool to grow up around. Because he was one of the dudes that was entirely fine with me clambering into multi-million-dollar aircraft. And he was like, yeah, he's not going to break anything. He's not stupid. My stepdad was a little more worried because he was actually responsible for me.
I can't imagine.
Yeah,
Wonder
so
why.
who's gonna have to pay for this?
Yeah.
You know, insert Fallout 2 meme, Sergeant Dorning. Also, that's where I got my start in video games. Because I got to learn about Fallout. And I thought it was a great thing ever.
Well, to be fair, it is.
But no, you know what? I think I'm gonna call it a night.
All right, you
I
take
had
care, man.
fun tonight.
I mean,
Take
stream,
care.
and stream has
Commander.
been going on for what?
Oh
4
wow,
hours
you
now?
know it's pretty crazy. So I think this is the best way we could possibly end the night. Is we started the night talking about Hallmark movies,
Mhm.
and what do you know? The second story here on this list, The Cave. Two strangers, two are definitely strangers and definitely not main characters that know each other, inexplicably cross paths while they hunt for prizes. A mysterious cave somehow traps them and forces them to answer riddles.
God
Yeah,
damn.
I don't get it either. A blonde brawler and an heiress soon realize they can't escape on their own and need each other to get out alive. Yeah, so first off,
Drama
this is a
angst.
No Powers AU drama angst story
By a female author.
by a female author.
I swear to God, if this has a music video thing in it, I'm gonna be pissed. Where were you 3 days ago?
Right.
It's a Yang
Exactly
times
where you
Weiss
did it,
story. Semblances and Grimm don't exist.
Well, then what's the make?
Why?
Right,
Modern
just
AU.
No,
What
no,
are you?
no music video.
Calls the herbs Hysteria from Tales of Hysteria.
Yeah, so they're both looking for this herb because it is a
Does
medicinal
Remember
plant.
Fitbits? Are you sure this isn't modern AU?
No, this is a modern AU. There's no
Oh.
music video though.
Damn.
But yeah, so this is just it's a Hallmark movie. It's literally just a fucking Hallmark movie.
Mhm.
I hate it.
You know, I gotta say, as I've gotten older, I kind of appreciate sitting there watching Hallmark movies with my grandma.
I'm not saying they're bad or that like.
No, they're god awful. I hate them in the abstract. They're horrible. But just spending time with people is actually quite nice.
Yeah.
Well, I was gonna say, it's the thing. Spending time with people is important. That doesn't mean that Hallmark movies aren't a formulaic sin against everything that I hate.
Yes.
We watched one where it was like an HOA that was like Game of Thrones level, like backbiting over who got to build the biggest snowman. But everyone was like really cheery and kitschy about it.
Yeah.
When I say like Game of Thrones level backbiting, there was like one dude who like did a quintuple cross mega betrayal
Did he light the other? Did he light someone else's snowman on fire with green fire?
No, he made their light bulbs pop.
Okay, here's the
And
thing. I could almost appreciate it if someone went for a Hallmark movie and they they purposely put as many Game of Thrones references in as they could.
Yeah, that's my neighbor, Jon Snow.
He's real big into, skiing.
It's
just-
yeah, it's that the fight for the ski
He really
throne.
he likes walls a lot as well. He's always building them, looking over them.
It's just a hobby, but you should see the sheds he puts up, man.
Yeah.
He
He's
But-
always
ran that brand.
Yeah,
He's always
it's
preparing
just,
for winter as well.
I'm sorry, I just don't I don't understand modern AUs. It's like, hey, all these things that made the
Because-
story, yeah, we're gonna remove all of those so we can put these two characters into a Hallmark situation where they act completely out of character with absolutely no understanding of the setting or the characters within them. It's like, okay.
Because Sneaky, it's female authors literally daydreaming about how they want to find their perfect guy or girl that they can be with as a romantic situation.
See, this
and how they want
is
to start a
why Gundam
relationship.
is much better because Gundam's never made a high school AU. They definitely didn't just announce that.
Okay, sure, but like, what the absolute fuck is going on in this review chat? What?
Actually, I
Why
thought
the
Build
Bible
Fighters was
posted?
already
Wait,
a high
why is
school
the
AU.
Bible
So
getting
there's
posted?
multiple bot posts, some guest reviews, 2 people being like, "Oh, this is a good story. You should write more," and then this fucking one guest reviewer is just quoting the Bible at them.
What?
The
Okay,
Bible, huh?
yes, as they should.
Why the fuck
Yeah,
is a
just the
reviewer
Bible,
sound like
just a
English?
full on, Matthew verse 7:129, New King James Version. Which, I mean, already is just, I mean, come on, dude. But
Imagine
it's just,
using the King James version.
it's just a maximum character limit Bible quotes.
Well, which passage is it that has man will not slave with another man again?
I don't
Or
know.
lay with another man? Because if he posted that, then it's probably homophobic.
No, it was not. It
Used
wasn't
to
those
be.
ones. It was just a bunch of fucking just random
Mm.
Bible quotes.
Yeah, that one needs to go on every Blake Yang story. Every Bumblebee story.
And it needs to be posted by fanfiction profile Ruby Rose.
True.
Yes.
Hey, I have a question.
I don't have an answer, but go ahead.
Does simply moving forward into the future count as a modern day AU? Because I'm trying to find a really good Warhammer fantasy story that was just like everybody has like World War II tech except the Skaven who are like Cold War tech, and I can't find it, and I'm just blanking hard on it.
I mean, I more typically, when I
No.
refer to modern AU, I'm more talking about where the powers are gone. Everyone is unchanged, and they're occupying roles sometimes similar to what they had in the original story, and it's also under the implication that if it's taking place in, say, Naruto, that it's not taking place in the Elemental Nations anymore. It's taking place in Chicago, USA.
I just remember the Skaven were like using Imperial Japanese Russia war tactics where they had like human waves of Skaven slaves with the anti-tank sticks.
Yes.
And they were using that when they had like 1960s and 70s era tech otherwise. That was still their most effective anti-armor weapon.
I
Yeah, that
mean,
sounds like the rats.
sounds like the rats.
Yeah, rats.
Skaven are funny little guys,
Because
right?
you see, the important part about the mass human sacrifice waves of Skaven slaves armed with weapons is it's not even always about the effectiveness of it. It's about killing enough slaves off to prevent another slave revolt.
Yeah.
Just imagine being the crew of like the Empire was basically like, what if the Kaiserreich didn't fall, and so they had like a they had their leopards and their panthers, and so imagine you're this dude, and you're sitting in like the freaking like 1949 version Leopard A1 whatever, and you've got freaking modern electronics. You've got a coaxial machine gun. You've got like a freaking 70 millimeter main tank cannon. You are like cream of the crop. And then you just see like 10,000 screaming crackheads running over the hill with explodey sticks.
Exactly.
Yes.
Open fire.
Oh man.
That sounds like it'd be a fun
Open
army to
fire.
build, and I'm instantly not happy that I can't build it.
Somewhat funnily enough, there is a World War II era mod that someone is working on for Warhammer 3.
I mean, they've already
So-
got the tanks ready to go, apparently.
Well, they've already got the Kaiser conversion up. They're going to work on Kislev next for Russia and making Bretonia the French.
So basically, they're just gonna build a wall, and then like the Empire's gonna drive 10 feet around it.
Yeah.
And
Gotcha.
just like the Chinese with the Mongols many, many years before then, they're going to go, dang it, we should have extended our wall 10 more feet.
And somehow the Dragon Emperor keeps forgetting that the Chaos Dwarfs can just go around his wall. Many such cases.
Laughably easily, they
Oh,
can go around the wall.
For real. Good night this time.
Yeah,
good
good night, man.
Go the fuck to sleep, unless you haven't been to the fucking hospital yet.
No, I did. He told me to stop drinking so much and to exercise more and gave me eye drops.
Okay.
Hey, well, you know, at least they
Jesus.
approved your eyes and did not go, oh shit, my dude, you're gonna go blind now. So
Yeah,
that's
But
a positive.
I would say, that's still something you mentioned to your boss because, boss, I needed to go get my eyes looked at because weird stuff got in them.
Well, it didn't bother me at the time. I don't know
No,
if I
no. Sorry.
It doesn't matter.
Alvor.
Mm-hmm.
We're
Listen to
always
me.
telling offside it was instinct.
Your eyes hurt from being at work.
Okay.
End of story.
Okay. I'll text them in the morning.
Take the free insurance.
Take the win.
Also, a free day off. If you
I
don't
mean,
already have
it's also very important because there was a medical case I'm aware of because of my proximity to it, where someone got into an accident and didn't report it at the time because they were fine from it. But it turns out that actually it had shifted a plate in their spine. And when they tripped one day, it fully popped the plate out that would not have popped out otherwise. And then they couldn't get insurance for it, and they couldn't get any sort of covered relief for it because they never reported the original accident that caused it.
Gotcha. So there was no chain of cause and effect. Meaning
Pretty
that
much.
the company said that was your personal time and your personal problem.
Yep.
Gotcha. Nah. I gotcha. Better to say something and not need it later than not say something. I got you guys.
Yeah.
Yes.
Take care, man.
Have a
Good
good
night.
night. Sleep well, knowing that your eyes are in.
Oh, and I do have the day off tomorrow. It's my sister's birthday. So
There
I
you go.
made her.
Well, congratulations.
Yeah, because you know what would have been terrible? If you didn't go to the doctor and then you woke up on your sister's birthday and you were blind.
Yeah, that would be pretty.
Well,
dang
Depending on
terrible.
how your sister looks, you might have been happy for that one. But
No,
Your sister wouldn't have been happy, though.
we all got our own burdens to bear, but I'm glad I've got the family I do at the end of the day for all the trouble they can cause.
Yes, indeed.
Good night.
Take care, man.
I'm really glad that was nothing.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bro said, "Hey,
yeah.
I spilled bleach in my eyes." The fuck you mean?
Hey, I spilled something that bleached my jacket into my eyes.
Yeah, no. Go the fuck to the hospital.
But yeah, they're talking
Goddamn,
about
the Ruby
Alien-
section's
Alien-
just so fucking lame. Like, Jesus
Yep.
Christ, like, the teams Ruby and Juniper watch Ruby. Kidnapped from their lives, they're forced to watch Ruby. God, that sounds awful.
What punishment worth
That's
death
torture.
itself?
Yeah,
We're gonna
that's
see
actual
a potential
torture.
future. Oh,
What do you
God.
mean it has 77 chapters and 350k words?
Well, how many episodes does Ruby have now?
Too many.
Too many.
Exactly.
The others force them to watch and react to the events that have already happened and the events that yet to come. Man, you know what would be really fucking funny? Is if actually, like, season 1, Blake and Yang get told that they're gonna start, like, fucking smashing face soon. And it's just like, here's the episodes that prove that you guys are gonna love each other. And you finish watching all the episodes with them, and they're like,
There's nothing
okay,
there.
so what part says that we love each other? Can't you see you kissed? Yeah, but why?
He's so happy about this idea he's had. He gets like this when he does that.
But no, it's so true. Like, the first 7 seasons, they're like, oh yeah, they're totally a fucking thing. And it's like, when? When did they ever talk with each other? They've never done that. I think
Anyway,
someone
is,
calculated
it
it
is
was like
10
total of like
o'clock.
3 fucking minutes.
That sounds like it's time for Left 4 Dead Atin.
But
no, it's time to
yeah.
go the fuck to
Left for
sleep.
bed.
Left for Bed indeed.
True.
Beyond Destiny, Rebellion of Whitney Schnee, To Stand and Protect, Gamer John. He's not OP, guys.
Lie.
Probably. Ruby original character goes to Beacon.
Good night, everybody.
Grandparents. They wait, what do you mean they find something unexpected on their... I'm going to assume the unexpected thing is grandparents, call me crazy.
What?
This fucking dog shit story, Desperado. John Ark has lost everything he cares about. And so that's why he's gonna go back in time and fuck everything up. Let us drink their blood. When the headmasters unite against Team Ruby and the struggling kingdom of fascist Atlas.
What?
Okay, Full Bloom. Petal Burst. Ruby Rose's semblance. She realizes there's more things to her semblance than speed. I never understood that. I never understood that. Like, how do you use a semblance that turns you into fucking flower petals and causes you to move via tornado and go, oh, it just makes me faster? Like,
Had empty,
huh?
no thoughts.
And then when someone points it out to you, you go, no, it's just a speed semblance. What? Like, you never noticed it transported everything? Were the flower petals? Were the fact that you used the property of your semblance turning you into a tornado to cause another tornado? Like, that happened. Season 2. It's real. Doesn't make any sense to me. Wow, someone's making fun of him. The new substitute teacher, John Luna. So basically, this
Sounds
is
like
a
Valhalla.
John went into the past story as the Rusted Knight. And then teaches Team Ruby. So I mean that could be a kind of cool story, to be honest. Gamer Weiss, Team Cardinal redemption arc. In a world where the Grimm are just the Titans, so this is literally just Attack on Titan.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, non-summary. Is that bingo?
Sure, but you
Maybe
don't
we
win
should start
anything.
playing that bingo again. Maybe we should make that
It
a
was
regular
fun.
thing.
It was fun.
We did for 1 year, and then we just kind of stopped halfway through the year.
No, we didn't.
Yeah, we did.
It's usually only something that's only done on New Year's, though, isn't it?
No.
Yeah, no, I don't
we had a
remember
bingo
having a
card
bingo
run for,
sheet.
like,
I remember having counters for certain tropes encountering, but I don't
we
remember us
had
having like a bingo sheet that we used every
we
single
did.
time.
We did for like 3 to 4 months. Didn't last long.
I don't remember
Arn
it.
actually helped you track down a site that would randomize it as well before we found the one that we got now.
I don't remember
But
that.
this was a few years ago. This was before the title card started causing me physical headaches.
Yeah, okay, so self-insert. Oh, wait, wait, huh? Wait, what the fuck? Reaper in red. Life is hard for an orphan. Harder when you aren't human. Ruby wants to be a mortal girl, so she gives herself a family and school to go to.
This is
Can-
Ruby is death itself and makes herself insert into the Xiaolong family. I can already
Can
tell.
a person truly hide what they are in a world bent on their destruction? That sounds more like she's a fucking Grimm.
Well,
possibly.
It sounds like it was inspired by Haruhi Suzumiya and that whole backstory there. Where Haruhi is that world's god and the world itself is trying to destroy her for whatever reason, but she doesn't know that any of this is going on.
Fair. Huh? Yang, breathe, Rubes, blah blah blah, tear stricken, blah blah blah, blah, dad, blah blah blah, blah. Place my weight, mirror, all according to plan. Pulsing began on time. The pressure was too great. Change was coming upon me. Change took hold. My signature red hood and cape became a cloak, winding itself around my body, hiding my feet. I pulled the hood over my head as the first tendrils of black shadow were absorbed into my outer garment. The red faded until only black remained. I opened my hand and allowed the shadows to pull together a physical symbol of my people. I closed my hand over the length of the weapon. The long pole arm, blade extending, sharp tip, scythe. Okay, a war scythe is a pole arm, but a farming scythe is not a pole arm.
Although in a what's it called? If in some sort of crisis or something of like people attacking it, technically can be used as one. It's just a lot harder to use properly.
No, you literally can't. Like an actual genuine farming scythe cannot be used as a weapon in anything besides, like, you're almost just better off using it as a very long stick.
It's better as a bludgeon than as a cutting implement. And if
A
you
farming
use it,
scythe, first off, is curved in two spots like an S to accommodate the motions. Second,
Yeah.
if I had that kind of scythe, I would just break the blade off, and now I have a long stick and a really fucked up looking sword.
As the lore goes, people just flip the blade on the end of the farming scythe to try and use it as a makeshift spear sort of thing. And it's like,
Yeah, my math teacher must have only had like a sickle or just a didn't have an actual farming scythe, because not only did he actually deal with one as a kid, like an attack that he used one as a weapon, but he also lost fingers from using it incorrectly.
oh, it's probably a sickle then.
Possibly, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, a sickle is far more usable as an actual improvised weapon,
Yeah, probably then.
and also far more capable of taking your fingers off.
Oh, you got a sex bot in the Twitch chat.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
Oh, what the?
But yeah, no, but then there is also the classification of war scythe, and it is actually what Ruby Rose turns her weapon into in the red trailer, in where the blade folds back and runs more along the spine of the weapon. And it's sort of like a halberdy weapon.
Yeah.
But it's called a war scythe because of how the blade is angled and attached to the.
Yeah.
Basically,
I get what you're saying.
same word, but way different connotation. And the modern understanding of a weaponized scythe more comes from shit like D&D. Because in D&D, up until 4E actually, their scythe was a weapon in the game, and it was classically known for its extremely low damage but very high crit rate. In fact, it was one of the only weapons in the game that had a ×4 crit rate. But it did like 3d4 damage or 1d4 damage or something like that. So it like did really low damage, but if you did get a crit on it, it would do crazy damage. And so that's what the weapons niche was all about, and that's where there was literally a prestige class called Reaper that was all about using a scythe. And again, because D&D is so fucking old at this point, pretty much all of modern fantasy has some sort of inspiration from it, even if they didn't take direct inspiration from D&D itself. They probably took inspiration from something that took inspiration from D&D. So yeah, that's where the whole modern misunderstanding of using scythes in combat came from. More or less. But yeah, it's just the more classical death scythe. I'm not really sure where the depictions of that started, honestly. But I do know that's also another avenue of inspiration for the weaponized form of a scythe, because an actual scythe, as Max said, is more of an S-shaped pole. But the death scythe is more of a single straight pole with a more of a scimitar curve, reverse curved blade attached to it, rather than the full curved harvesting scythe. And again, that was another implementation of the scythe that is more acceptable towards actual combat usage, but that version doesn't actually have a in real life conjuring. That's more of a Hollywood perpetuation.
Yeah.
But anyway, yeah, so she creates this scythe, which is apparently a physical symbol of her people. This would be my last one. My last one for hopefully many months. The pressure in my chest was still building, but now in this form it was easier to handle. I phased through the walls and floated outside. Okay, so she's flying through the sky. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, some world building. Vampires were also just a creature that existed. Okay. Having half a dozen people on hand, trained huntsmen, meant that Grim or their more dangerous counterparts, Salemites, could gain a foothold. What the fuck is a Salemite if it's not a Grim? Ancient Grim lurked here. I guess apparently everyone knows about Salem if they're calling them Salemites. Ancient Grim lurked in the deep forest. Vampires lurked. Chimeras were also a thing. Oh, zombies were in the western forest, stumbling around in packs of hundreds. Oh, okay. Sure. My mind and pulsing heart was focused on a single creature. Orange glow dimmed. Only the sign of one of my kind was there. For the few workers still walking around, they assumed it was just the age of the bulbs, not a mystical presence, because people didn't often see one of my kind. I found the warehouse I was looking for. Warehouse, oil drums, blah blah blah, caution sign. I wafted through the walls. The warehouse was mostly empty. Crouched on the ground, leaning over the bedside was a coughing man. I crept towards him. He coughed. He wiped blood away from his lips. A final cough, and he looked towards me. Oh, have you come to finish a job? Baring his fangs at me. You are small. You must be young. I nodded at him. I'm old. Never thought you would see a vampire die of old age, would you? That's fair, I suppose. I'm glad I made it. Lost a lot of people along the way. I watched as he continued to reflect on his life. It was a common thing for old things to do that. There was no rush. I wanted to make his last moments happy. I've been all over the world. No regrets. I'm ready, Reaper. What's over there? It was a shame all I could do was shrug. You don't know either, huh? Alright, one more adventure then. I pulled his soul from his body. With the dying soul reaped, the pulsing in my body slowed and stopped. It was over. My final reaping was completed for now. Okay, so yeah, there is just a mystical race of reapers who harvest people who are dying. And apparently society is trying to kill them. Which, I mean, doesn't make a lot of sense. I can sort of get it. Oh, we should kill the people who are harvesting the people who are dying. That way they won't die anymore. It's like, yeah, okay, I kind of sort of see the logic in that. But if these creatures aren't eating the souls of those who die, and they're just moving them on to their next life, that feels like to me a kind of important. Like, not the sort of thing you want to kill.
They'd be like trying to kill a Valkyrie for daring to raise someone into Valhalla. Be like, oh, but he should live here still. Like, but the guy is dead. It's not like they're killing them.
Mm.
They're still dying of causes that aren't related to the Reaper. My time as Ruby Rose the Grim Reaper was at an end. The black shadows of my form disappeared, leaving little old Ruby Rose behind. Ruby Rose, the sister to Yang, as the second daughter of Tai Yang, daughter to the human Summer Rose, and definitely not Summer Rose, the Grim Reaper, who died at the hands of that drunken monster. Wait, so her mom is also a Reaper? Who pretended to die?
Uh, Order to a human. And
I'm
not
just
Summer Rose.
really
Oh.
confused. I'm confusion cubed. Yeah.
Okay then.
Tomorrow my new life as a human would begin. So wait, she's my
not
new...
human, but then makes herself human, just like
I
apparently
mean, yeah,
Summer
I picked up on
Rose?
that, but I'm more confused if she's retroactively, like, did she get born as Ruby, or did she insert herself as Ruby
I think she
into their
inserted
lives?
herself? But then
Like,
Summer being one as well doesn't really make sense then. So
yeah, this is just, yeah, alright, well, that is something.
I think that's enough. We've been on this for almost
that's...
4.5 hours.
Yeah,
Talking
we're
about
good.
MREs earlier made me hungry, so I'm gonna go get burgers and loaded fries.
You have a good one with that, dude. We'll reconvene on Tuesday because there is always more, and